I'd like to welcome you all here to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Municipality of Thames Centre. The date is Monday, June 26th, and the time is 5:02, and I would like to call this meeting to order. So at this time, there is an addition to the agenda. Item number 15 has been added, and that is to do with a closed session meeting with respect to employment, recruitment, and it will be a verbal update to council. So any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Heeman. Oh, okay.
A declaration of the notice of motion to be considered on that section of the agenda.
Okay.
Copies for everybody.
Okay, we can deal with that matter in the notice of motion section. Is that okay?
I thought you said it had to be read in at this.
Oh, after the presentation.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Yeah.
All right. And I do have an announcement to make, and this is the upcoming Canada Day holiday in Thames Centre. So on Friday, June the 30th, 5:30 till 10 p.m., the Lions Club is holding a barbecue and beer tent. 7 p.m. live music starts, fireworks at dusk, and that's donated also by the Lions Club. And then Saturday, July the 1st, 9 till 11, the IODE is holding their annual pancake breakfast with fresh strawberries provided by Hemans. 12 to 1, it is an opening ceremony. And noon till 10, Lions barbecue and beer tent. 9 till 6 p.m. There's a variety of other things going around: duck race, bouncy castles, crafts, decorated bike contests, Lions barbecue, beer tent, and then during the day too, opportunities for kids to have some fun, 2:30 till 4. And then adult games. Now, I'm not sure what that means, 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. I'll leave it to your imagination. All right, thank you. Okay, and this time, oh, okay, Tom. And did anyone, oh, okay. Did we missed that one? Sorry. Okay, declarations of pecuniary interest from Councillor Heeman and Councillor Lockie. Would you like to read?
It's with respect to item 7.2, titled Z17-23 of today's agenda. And the reason for the declaration is one of the applicants is a customer of the place of my employment, purchasing alcoholic beverages, and I would stand a potential pecuniary interest in the outcome, either from a loss or a gain. So,
Lockie.
I have a pecuniary interest on item 7.6 for consent applications B423 and B523 because I'm the Director of Finance of Advanced Drainage Systems that is located on that road. I have a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Okay. I think we've got that underway, and at this point, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our county engineer, Chris Trainey. He's going to provide the group here, council, and anyone watching or in chambers with an overview of the to do with the county roads. Thanks, Chris, whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for having me to your meeting this afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm just going to wait for my presentation to come up on the screen. I don't know it off by heart. And there it is. So just for some background of who I am, my name's Chris. I've been with the county since 2001. I'm a professional engineer. I've been the county engineer since 2005 and the deputy CEO at the county since 2010. Time flies when you're having fun. Born and raised in Hamilton, Ontario. My engineering degree from McMaster University. My master's in public administration from Western. In my extra time, when I have some besides being the deputy CEO and the county engineer, I'm currently the president of the Municipal Engineers Association. I'm a past president of Ontario Good Roads Association. So I do like to stay involved and do engineering type things inside and outside of my employment. And I'm here just to give you a broad overview of the county road department, what we do, who we are, and then more than happy to answer questions from council. So next slide, please. So what do we do? So in the county of Middlesex, we have over 1,700 lane kilometers of paved roads. We don't have any gravel roads. We're one of the longest road networks at a county level in Ontario. We normally pave about 95 of those lane kilometers every year. We essentially like to get on every road in the county once every 18 to 20 years. So that's where that 95 lane kilometers comes out. And we tend to take on 3 to 5 bridge projects a year, usually 1 or 2 major projects, replacements, and then another, 1 to 4 rehabs. Our capital budget this year is $16.5 million. We do a mix of in-house and contracted out work. So if we're doing a major bridge replacement or something of a technically complex nature, we would hire that out to a contractor and a consultant. But something like Elgin Road, just happening around the corner here, that's being done in-house by us, design and construction by county staff. We also provide summer and winter maintenance on our operations side. Our operations budget is about $10 million a year. And again, it's everything you might think has to be done around county roads. So clearing snow and ice, cutting grass, ditching, shouldering, all those types of things, patching, sign maintenance. We do our own line painting. We maintain our traffic signals. So all that is also done all in-house at the county level. Next slide, please. So we also maintain fire radio communications in the county. Some people don't know that we do this. So back in 2008, we established a fire radio repeater system in the county. So basically, if a firefighter makes a call from anywhere in this county, they can communicate to other fire officials anywhere else in the county, whether they're in Glencoe or Dorchester or Lucan or Park Hill. You can do that. And we have a contract, a 10-year contract right now with Stratford Caradoc Police Services to provide fire dispatch across the county. So we do that on behalf of all of our municipalities, including Thames Center. And we also perform emergency management activities for the county. So Bettina Weber, who is our CEMC, Community Emergency Management Coordinator, does that on behalf of all of our municipalities and helps us to have a coordinated and cohesive system for responding to public emergencies. Like COVID was a huge issue for us, but anything else, tornadoes, ice storms, those types of things, we're well prepared to provide services and inform the public when those types of things do happen. Next slide, please. We have about 50 employees that fluctuates depending on the season, a number of full-time, part-time employees, depending, and we have a few more in the summer than we do in the winter. We have about 65 pieces of various equipment in our fleet, including all of our snow plows, our heavy equipment, pickup trucks, our line painter. And we have 4 district garages. Here are our main garage is just off of side of Shaw Road, and our satellite garage is in Bryanston, which services the north part of Thames Center. Next slide, please. So that's District 2, as I was saying, that's out of Shaw Road. And then we have some operations for the north. You're a very long, skinny municipality, as you know. So we have some challenges getting north and south. But there's some of the main roads that are county roads. Essentially, our county road system is what we call an arterial road system. So our roads are primarily intended to move people from place to place. So from Dorchester to the City of London, Dorchester to Thorndale, move people to and from the 400 series highways. Again, we look for a safe and efficient movement of goods and people along our county road network. And typically we would conduct what we call a road assumption study about every 5 years, where we would look and see if there are other roads in the county that are getting busier, typically with more traffic, seeing more types of use around development, and those would become part of our county road system. And we do that every year. Every 5 years, our next scheduled road assumption is going to be in 2025. Next slide, please. So our big issues here, and thanks to the mayor for asking me to present these, but just to let you know what we're dealing with right now on a high level Inflation has really had a huge effect on our operating and our capital costs. As I'm sure you've heard through your budgeting process, we're seeing significant increases, especially on the capital side, with regards to what we're paying for things like asphalt, concrete, salt. Those types of things are getting more and more expensive. We are dealing with aging, not just infrastructure, but aging staff. So we're seeing organizationally, we're seeing some of our senior staff retire. We've actually had 3 of our 4 district foremen either have already retired or are going to be retiring in the next couple of years. So that's a challenge for us to replace that leadership within our organization. We tend to manage that from within, but we're doing fairly well there. But it is a challenge for us in infrastructure, especially on the bridge side. Most of the bridges in Ontario and likely across Canada and North America were built after the World Wars. So we saw a number of our citizens coming back from the war, and the government put them to use by building infrastructure. So we're seeing a lot of our bridge infrastructure reach that 75 to 100-year age, which gets to a point where those bridges need to be replaced. So we have a number of pretty significant bridge replacements that are coming in the near future that are going to challenge us significantly with regards to our capital budget expenditures. For example, the Thorndale Bridge, we have that slated for replacement sometime between now and 2028. We're anticipating that to be a $10 to $12 million project. Our annual bridge capital budget right now is about $6.5 million. So we're going to have some significant challenges. And that's one bridge out of 250 that we have in our county system. And we've also seen, unfortunately, post-pandemic a bit of a change in driver attitude and driver behavior. We're unfortunately seeing more dangerous type of driver activity, more of a bold or more of a selfish type of driver activity on our roads, and that's unfortunate. And it's something that we're challenged to deal with. Road safety is really important to the County of Middlesex. We participate in things like Vision Zero. We have a London Middlesex Road Safety Committee. So we're very attentive to safety concerns of our public. I would say we don't have a dangerous road in our county. We have some dangerous drivers. And engineering is one part of a solution for us to keep our roads safe and protect the traveling public on county road system. Next slide. So I was asked to talk a little bit about crosswalks. It's a bit of one of our complex issues that is cross-jurisdictional, meaning that there is a local responsibility and a county responsibility. So pedestrian infrastructure is the responsibility of local municipalities across Ontario. It's part of the Municipal Act. So sidewalks, the maintenance of sidewalks, the clearing of sidewalks, and that includes crosswalks, is the responsibility of our local municipalities. But many of those pieces of infrastructure are either on, along, or over county roads. So there's times where we have to work together to find an appropriate solution when we see pedestrians crossing roads in certain locations. We have a guideline document that's based off of a set of provincial guidelines called the Ontario Traffic Manual, which basically says when you are considering to build a crosswalk somewhere, you should look at some criteria to make sure that the crosswalk is going to be safe. So there's some physical criteria. Those include separation from other pieces of infrastructure. So for example, if you have a signalized intersection with a crosswalk, you wouldn't want to have another pedestrian crosswalk, 30 meters away from that. You want to be at least 200 meters away from an existing pedestrian crossing. So spreading those out and then making sure they're in safe areas. So you don't want to have a pedestrian crosswalk in a 90-kilometer-per-hour posted speed limit. That would be challenging for drivers and pedestrians. So we have to make sure they're placed in appropriate locations, good sight lines, those types of things. And again, we work with the local municipal officials to do things like look at pedestrian counts, look at pedestrian movement patterns, to try and determine an appropriate type of crosswalk at an appropriate location. So we see a lot of young children crossing the road. We want to have a more visible crosswalk. You see the fluorescent yellow signs are used for those. And we try to encourage the school boards and the municipalities to provide crosswalks to help young kids cross the road safely. In other areas, you may see more adults or teenagers or even seniors crossing the road, and those would have different types of crosswalks. And then depending on volume, again, we have different types of solutions that are appropriate for those locations. Next slide, please. This is just an example of a challenge we have, and most of you are familiar with this stretch of road just around the corner here on Dorchester Road. And again, this was a study that we had done a number of years ago. This is probably from 2017 or 2018 before COVID changed our lives. But we had a challenge here where we were asked to install a crosswalk, and we wanted to know where the best location for that crosswalk would be. And if you go to the next slide, you can see we have 6 zones. We saw a really pretty even distribution of where the existing crosswalk was. Glad people are using that. We saw a lot of crossing at other places along the street. And essentially this gets to a bit of the point of crosswalk warrants and volumes, is that if there's not much traffic, there's not much need for a crosswalk because people will always just tend to cross when it's clear. So here we have a number of destinations. We have a Tim Hortons, we have the Foodland Plaza, we have the high school that's just around the corner, and we have the park. You know, people tend to walk along the side of the road and cross when it's clear. Now it's getting busier. Some of the things we'll talk about a little bit later today about the appropriateness of upgrading that crosswalk. But again, that was one of the challenges that we had seen, and why we don't just look at something once and walk away forever. We look at it and we repeat looking at it to see when things change and when certain infrastructure is warranted and appropriate. And part of the reason we want to make sure it's appropriate, it is not inexpensive to do these things. A simple push button, we'll call it pedestrian crossover, which would be with the strobing lights that you might see around the city of London, especially. Those cost upwards of $70,000 to install. They're fully solar powered, so there's not a ton of maintenance cost or expense once they're installed, but it's not an insignificant impact on municipal budgets. So we try to be mindful about being wise about where we install or recommend to install these types of pedestrian infrastructure. Next slide, please. Traffic signals are similar, and we've heard some concerns, and there's a number of intersections in Thames Center that we look at fairly regularly. And we do traffic surveys. So we'll send staff out, they'll sit there for all day, 12 hours and count vehicles. There's a couple of staff go out there to cover each other off for bathroom breaks and such, and they'll count vehicles and they'll look at how many vehicles travel through the intersection as a whole. And then they'll look at how many are turning, how many are sitting at a stop sign waiting to turn for an extended period of time. Are there pedestrians? We'll do a review of the collision at those intersections. And what we have, we call a warrant. So a warrant is basically a set of thresholds that are based on provincially accepted criteria where it's beneficial to have a traffic signal installed. And when intersections meet those warrants, County Middlesex will always recommend those signals be installed, and that cost is borne by our budget. So it comes out of the county budget. Signals nowadays we're getting close to $400,000 for a signalized intersection, but regardless, if it meets the warrants for a signal, we will install those traffic signals at that time. I know we get asked time to time about Dundas Street and Naizuri Road, challenging intersection. And part of the warrants is based on what times of day and how distributed the traffic is. And one of the challenges at that intersection is it's twofold. One is it's very busy at the peaks and quiet outside of the peaks. Now that's starting to change, and we'll be looking at that again this year, doing another survey. It's been a number of years. And that's starting to change, and that will get us closer to those warrants. The other challenge at that intersection is what we call channelization. So if you know the intersection, if you're heading south on Naizuri Road, you have a dedicated right turn that you don't even get into the intersection. So we're not having right turning traffic at the intersection impacting the operation of a traffic signal. So that's works to a disadvantage to meeting the warrants for that intersection. But again, it's one we look at every couple of years, and it's due again this year for another count. We'll be looking at it this fall, likely be very close to meeting the warrants yet again for signalization. Next slide, please. And then one thing I get asked about is how do we improve safety on our roads? And, simply changing a speed limit sign or putting in an inappropriate measure of traffic control. So a lot of times people will say, well, it should be a four-way stop. We should build a roundabout. We should put in a traffic signal simply for road safety. And the challenge that as a road safety professional, and that we've seen time and time again, is when you put these pieces of infrastructure into place where they're not warranted, we see a negative impact on safety. We tend to see more severe types of collisions and unfortunately more serious injuries and fatalities. Which is why, especially when we talk about traffic signals and pedestrian crossings, I tend to be overly cautious. I want to make sure they're being installed for the right reasons, for traffic volumes or pedestrian volumes or other issues there, not as a stopgap or a Band-Aid to try and correct a safety issue. There's a safety issue. As I said before, from an engineering perspective, we do not have a dangerous road in this county. There's no dangerous intersections in this county. If there were, they would be modified. Bless you. And we take traffic safety very seriously at the county. So we want to make sure that we're doing the appropriate type of safety measures where they're going to be effective and not reduce safety. So it really is a team effort, and it can't, road safety will never improve based on simply what I do as an engineer and my team does with regards to infrastructure. It's got to be enforcement, it's education, and we really have to have buy-in from road users. And we're seeing more of that problem now than I think I've ever seen in the 20 plus years that I've been in this position. We all have to work together to make our roads safer for everyone. And as much as there's nothing that any one of us can do individually to make safety perfect, but if we all work together, we can certainly have a huge impact on a positive impact on our road network. Next slide, please. There you go. I tried to keep it short, about 10 slides or so, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions from the council today, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Chris. That was great. So at this time, do councilors have questions that they would like to put forward? Brace yourself. Okay, we'll start with Councilor Hewitt from Ward 1 then.
Your worship, to Director Trainee, I was just wondering what the county position is on roundabouts, because it seems like some of our neighbors are starting to adopt these, and going to your point on education, that there is some growing understanding. But I understand, you probably need a little bit more in terms of road setbacks and planning. And so just wondering what the outlook of the county was on roundabouts.
No problem. Through the mayor, we're actually close to tendering our first roundabout in Middlesex Center. I should start by saying, roundabouts are, although they have a great benefit by being safe, they're really an effective means of moving traffic. So when we talk about warrants for traffic signals, there aren't any formal warrants for roundabouts, but they certainly are a great tool for road professionals to use to move traffic. And when we talk about the roundabout I'm talking about is out in Kamoka. It's at what we used to call Five Corners, challenging intersection, but Van Eck, Jeffries, Coldstream, and Glendon Drive. I'm talking about probably 30 to 40,000 vehicles a day go through that intersection, or a year, excuse me. Day would be crazy, but anyways, it's a very highly traveled road, and we've been planning for many years for that, and we actually have an eye on a number of intersections around the county where roundabouts might be appropriate in the future. But as you said, it's challenging. There's a lot of land that's required. They're very expensive to build. I tend to say these are in a factor of 10. So we talk about, just putting up signs around an intersection, putting in stop signs and putting in turning lanes and things to help with traffic move. About $40,000 to $50,000. Signals are about $400,000 to $500,000, and then roundabouts are $4 to $5 million. So it's a real jump when you add in land purchase and those types of things. So we have looked at a number of locations around the county, including in Thames Center. And I would really say the one of the main factors that stops us is the property issue. County Council has made a firm commitment to say we're not going to displace a resident to build a roundabout. So there's a number of spots where we've looked in the past and had to abandon our plans because of a homeowner. We're not in the position to tear down houses to build roundabouts. So we've been able and been fortunate to manage our traffic volume concerns and safety concerns so far. But I'm very excited to see how this first one goes. And I certainly agree with you. It's a great tool for us. We're continuing to look at appropriate locations for sure.
Thank you. Any other questions from Councillor Crockett? Oh, Deputy Mayor Smembert.
Thank you. So there's been a lot of talk in the news lately in the media about the controlled signalization, the crosswalk at Dorchester Road. Can you enlighten us and give us some background? What approvals have been provided in terms of that control crosswalk, and what would we need to do in order to get us there?
Absolutely. Through the mayor, the guidelines, because the municipality, Thames Center, is responsible for pedestrian infrastructure. We have a number of guidelines we try to follow for crosswalks. So we have a base guideline that says if the municipality would like a crosswalk installed, we don't even have to do a traffic count. But as long as it's safe, we'll put in a modified school crosswalks, what we call it, and it can be placed in any location really that's being used by pedestrians, regardless of the volume, as long as municipality agrees to pick up the cost of the signs and the line painting. As far as what we call PXOs or pedestrian crossovers, which is what you're talking about, a push button controlled flashing light. Again, we have a recommendation for the volume of pedestrians versus the volume of traffic, but we're fairly soft on that criteria. And again, it's up to the local municipality to decide where they would like to see the crosswalk installed. And again, it's another one where it needs to be budgeted due to the cost. So, you know, the PXOs that we recommend that are push button controlled have to have a number of features. So they have to have a push button to activate. They need to be powered, so solar powered. They're reliable now, the solar powered crosswalks. They need to be audible, so the crosswalk needs to be able to communicate to the pedestrians that the lights are working and flashing or not working and flashing. They have to have a default message either way and provide a warning to pedestrians that cross traffic may not stop. And we also need to have a robust solution. So the crosswalk infrastructure that we recommend to our local municipalities on county roads is one that's been used in the City of London for a number of years and has a great track record of reliability. The last thing we want to do is have someone push a button on a crosswalk, the lights don't work, there's no indication lights aren't working, and we have an injury or worse than that, a fatality. As I said earlier in my presentation, we're budgeting about $70,000 for those installations, so it should be taken with some serious consideration, and that's a major budget impact. But again, we're willing to work with municipalities in order to get these crosswalks installed. Summertime's a great time. Generally, we see pedestrian volumes increase around school, so in the spring and the fall. And we'll endeavor to get those crosswalks installed, pending a resolution from a local council, asking for the crosswalk and agreeing to pick up the cost of the installation of the crosswalk.
Thank you. Councillor Crockett.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a few questions for
Fire
you,
away.
Mr. Trainee. I have the pleasure, I'll call it, of having a number of the county roads located in Ward 3. So thanks for the presentation. I'll try and reduce some of my questions based on that. Timely with a discussion we'll have later this evening. In Putnam, there has been a number of complaints regarding increase in dump truck traffic, especially speeding through the hamlet. But in regards to dust from the gravel pits, what's the county's position or job to mitigate that?
Well, just through the mayor, just to speak generally about our industry as a whole and including our aggregate resources. You know, county has generally a very good working relationship with our aggregate producers across the whole county, never mind Thames Center. You guys are fortunate that you have some very good aggregate resources. And we typically see an issue, for example, dust, speed of traffic, unsafe vehicles, rude drivers. We'll contact the owners of those facilities and let them know. So if a member of the public calls us with a complaint or concern, we really, anyone who's listening, try their best to get the name of the company on the truck, because even if it's a trucking company and not a truck owned by the aggregate producer, we can figure out where they are operating to and from. Dust this year has been a trouble. It's been a problem. It's been so dry. Thankfully, today we had a bit of rain, so we should have a lot less dust over the next coming weeks. But that's a challenge when we have a very dry period in the spring. And that really is indicative. It's not just here. We're having dust issues in a number of locations across the county. But again, we tend to have the good neighbor policy. And fortunately, we generally get good response because we're customers. We buy a lot of gravel from these folks and they want to make sure that they stay in our good books. Putnam, unfortunately, this year, there's I shouldn't say unfortunately, there's a bridge project going on right now that's diverted some traffic around. That's what we're seeing. And I would agree with you. The volume along the county roads has certainly increased because of the detours. And we're hoping to see that project wrap up fairly soon. It's being project managed through Oxford County, but we get invited to meetings, but it's progressing. I'm not told there's going to be any delays on that. But again, I would just preach a bit of patience for the folks who live out that way right now. When the project's completed, hopefully the traffic volumes will return back to normal.
Thank you. Do you want me to keep going? All right. Regarding Donnybrook Drive, following the reconstruction of the road, there's been expressed concerns regarding the commercial vehicle and heavy truck traffic through the residential area. And then second to that, the intersection, which intertwines two county roads, Donnybrook and Westchester Bourne, it doesn't seem to be adequate for the volume and the turning radius of the industrial truck use. So can you make comment on that?
Yeah, through the mayor on both of those. So Donnybrook, was a road that we assumed from the municipality a number of years ago. So it rose very high on our list. Those of you who remember the road before it got reconstructed was pretty poor shape. And, it's just a phenomenon when we actually rebuild our roads. We do tend to see an increase in traffic. Part of the reason that we assumed Donnybrook was because of the already increasing industrial traffic and commercial traffic on that road. And it's a tough one because there is a bit of a mixed bag of uses along that stretch of road. Further towards Westchester Bourne, towards the city of London, we see more industrial and commercial use, and then we have the existing residential section that's closer to Dorchester Road. So we do have challenges there. I think, as I noted, the county road system, just the nature of it is an arterial road system. So the Donnybrook has grown and evolved into an arterial road. We're hopeful that, again, if we're seeing trucks speeding through those areas or not being good neighbors, that, again, we can talk to the business owners and, preach to them, please, be mindful you're driving through a residential area. The Westchester Bourne and Donnybrook intersection is another one we're going to be looking at for traffic signals. Again, you're absolutely correct that we're seeing an increase in volume there and a lot more turning traffic just because of the growth in the industrial side of Donnybrook Drive. Part of the trouble we're having right now in doing those counts is the number of major infrastructure projects being done by the Ministry of Transportation. As Putnam Road right now, Dorchester Road next year, Westchester Bourne just recently completed. So we saw a number of those projects skew the traffic volumes one way or the other. So it was challenging for us the last number of years to do those counts. COVID had some effect as well in lowering traffic volumes, but things have returned to normal. So that's another one we're looking at that might hit the warrants for signalization in the very near future.
Thank you. Next, I have the Husky and Petro truck stops. Both of these lay on county roads, as you know. You alluded to the fact that there's just dangerous drivers out there, but there has been many close calls when trucks pull out in front of these vehicles traveling at 80 kilometers plus. Has there been any conversation around additional safety measures in these areas?
It's through the mayor. And Husky is a great example of what we're going to try to avoid on Dorchester Road. They made a number of major improvements to that intersection, realigning of Cromarty. They've actually purchased some property to realign those intersections and make them safer. But I don't think they were as sort of thought forward with the design of that around the Husky entrance. So we're monitoring that. We're trying to see if there's some evaluative controls that we can do after the fact to do something around that intersection. Again, it's challenging because it's a private entrance. That section of road is very wide all the way through. one of the challenges with a very wide asphalt platform is people tend to get tunnel vision and drive very quickly. So we're dealing with that challenge. So it's one that we're looking at. That being said, the project for Dorchester overpass is going to be looking at all the way down to Cromery. So they're looking at controls all the way through that intersection. Importantly, because we have some cycling infrastructure as part of that project, it's on our cycling routes. We want to make sure we have safe interactions with cyclists who are hoping will go down and use that Petrocan stop and go to the A&W and the Tim Hortons and bring some business down there as opposed to driving their cars, maybe ride their bikes down Dorchester Road. So we're mindful of that issue, and we're hoping not to make the same shortfalls for road safety at that truck stop as we did on, our ministry did on Westchester Point.
Thank you for that. Good segue into my few questions here about Dorchester Road
Sure.
itself, which, I mean, this project upcoming might solve a lot of them. The intersection at Dorchester Road and Byron Ave has become increasingly busy, and with the expectation of additional traffic from the new commercial businesses moving into the plaza and the pending Hawthorne Heights subdivision, what are the plans to ease traffic congestion and allow safe crossing for pedestrians here?
And through the mayor, I don't want to give people too much hope here in the short term, but likely that intersection will be signalized in the very near future. We're seeing a lot of additional development around that intersection, again, in the plaza itself, but also some pending development that may be happening on the west side of Dorchester Road. And as those developments increase, we're going to see a demand not only to deal with vehicles who are going to have to turn there, but pedestrians. So I've been working with your public works staff to talk about sidewalk extensions from Byron Ave to the south to connect those two sort of independent communities almost right now, to get up back into Dorchester proper. And all of that's part of our discussions with the pending expansion of called the Shoppers Plaza. So all of those things in combination will get us to a point where signalization at Dorchester and Byron Ave will likely be sooner than later. Again, it's always a challenge when we're trying to determine when to put in traffic signals is how far in the future are we going to see this traffic growth? If we're very close and we're seeing a bunch of houses being built, we'll just say that's going to meet the warrants and get it going right away. You know, if it's close and we don't see any new development coming online, then we have to be careful about how we deal with that. And that's when county council comes in, and your mayor and deputy mayor as representatives of your municipality can make the case to say this is the appropriate time to do that because it's very close. But again, it's one of several intersections I'm saying that we're looking at. So there's 3 that I've already mentioned today. There's others as well.
Thank you for that. You did mention my next question being the timeline for the sidewalk extending out to Boardwalk. So thank you. We'll just leave it at that it's futuristic and being thought about. My final question for you is just why doesn't the county utilize the new signs when changing speeds down 80-kilometer roads?
No problem. And actually, I got a call from a resident and wanted to thank him for making the point. We're although in the county we do lots of things with new technology, we're still learning how to be better communicators. So we have a communications officer now who I think is doing a great job. And we don't, from our roads side of things, we don't utilize them as much as we should. And in the future, when we change speed limits across the county, we're going to do a better job at notifying the public that that's happening through social media, which may or may not be exactly what this resident was looking for, but they were happy to hear that their comments were heard, and we're going to take measures for that. When we talk about speed limit signs, when you see a speed limit sign or a stop sign or a yield sign, generally there's signs that use red or they're black lettering on white signs. Those are regulatory signs. And in order for regulatory signs to be enforced, they have to meet a certain criteria. They're actually defined in law. So they're in a regulation or legislation. So we can't change those signs. So putting a starburst above a speed limit sign, technically, in my interpretation of the legislation, would invalidate that sign. So a police officer couldn't enforce that sign. It would just be, it wouldn't have any use. So people could ignore that sign. So when people see a new starburst, those are typically on warning signs. So when we put up traffic signals, there's a signal ahead sign. Those are yellow signs, if you can think about them with the signal with the arrow. Those are warning signs. They're not defined in a piece of legislation. They're shown in a guideline with some recommendations where they can be used, and they actually recommend putting the new starburst up for 45 days after the signalization has been newly activated. So unfortunately, we don't really have a great tool to do something on those types of speed limit signs. And of course, putting in a whole bunch more signs typically isn't really money well spent. People hopefully see the speed limit signs, and we're going to try and do a much better job in notifying the public when those changes happen.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all the questions that I have for you, but I am going to throw one of them over to our new CAO. I'm aware that the ownership of the CN Rail crossing Elgin Road is that of the CN Rail, but does the county, as the county, can you do anything to improve this railroad crossing as it was fixed not that long ago and is already in disrepair?
So,
Thank you. That is my long list of questions here.
Thank you, Councillor Crockett. Thank you, Chris. Anyone else with a question? Councillor Lockie, no questions? Okay. I think that, oh, okay, Councillor Heeman.
Through you, your worship, I have a question, and then I'd like to follow up on the notice of motion while we still have Director Trainee here. The first one is just with respect to Cobble Hills Road, as it's a county boundary line, and I was just wondering your thoughts on the potential absorption of that to the county of Middlesex.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the mayor, it's been considered previously. So how the county road assumption process works is the county provides, well, we strike an ad hoc committee, but after that ad hoc committees together, we provide the opportunity for all of our local municipalities to put, for lack of a better term, a wish list together of roads that they would like to be considered to be assumed as part of the county road network. When the county receives that list, then the committee essentially sets the criteria by which those road segments would be evaluated based on certain characteristics, or whether or not they're good candidates for the road system. So for example, Whalen Line, which is just to the north of Cobble Hills Road, was identified on a number of occasions to be uploaded to the county road system, and it met certain criteria. And one of the criteria is boundary road. We've had some commentary about whether or not boundary road should have a higher score, and they actually do. But it's in combination with other criteria. And so, typically the main one is around traffic and the maintenance requirements for that type of road. So when your public works officials and when I present my operations budget to county council, it's based on a provincial piece of legislation of the municipal act called minimum maintenance standards. And that prescribes to municipalities a frequency of maintenance on their road network based on the posted speed limit of the road and the traffic volume on that road. And there's a certain threshold at which time the response time, especially in the winter, to respond to icy conditions, particularly, but also snow accumulation, it creates an undue hardship on local municipalities simply because of the way that your winter maintenance crews are deployed. You know, we deploy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In the wintertime, we run 2 12-hour shifts. So we're out on the road all the time, and we're set up for the capacity to be able to run at that full 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for months if necessary, depending on the weather conditions. You're not, and there's a reason why you're not. It just doesn't efficiently make sense because you generally have roads with lower traffic volumes that don't necessarily require to meet such a high standard of snow and ice removal. that being said, that generally is the reason why those roads get uploaded. The last time we looked at Cobble Hills Road, there were segments that were getting close to meeting that threshold criteria for volumes. There were other segments that were much lower. So again, it comes back to your municipality, and it'll be next year when the request will come in. We do the assumption in the sort of the 5-year marks, but we'll start the process in 2024, and it's your council and staff's opportunity to look not just at Cobble Hills, but any other roads in your network that might be good criteria for county roads. And we've taken over a number. Donnybrooks one, Gore Road's another one. Nisery Road's another one. We took over right when I first started with the county. So it's a good system, works fairly well. And I think generally it provides good service, not just to Thames Center residents, but to residents of County Middlesex as a whole.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could pass out the notice of motion and pass it on. I think it's pretty topical given the presentation we've had, particularly about crosswalks. And I think there's been a lot of due diligence from both the Thames Center and Middlesex departments with respect to this. And I think we've been given a clear guideline as to how to proceed. And so I would like to read this notice of motion to be considered at the appropriate time. But at this juncture, I'll just start reading it. Whereas Thorndale Road and Dorchester Road are busy roads and getting more so every passing year, with developments coming from all four corners and pedestrian traffic also increasing. Whereas Thorndale and Dorchester pedestrian crossovers are central to downtown business and school foot traffic. Whereas the Dorchester pedestrian crossover road has been identified as the highest pedestrian class, as referring to the Zone 3 in the study. Whereas Dorchester Road from Highway 401 to County Road 29 receives 19,248 daily vehicular kilometers, with an average traffic count of 4,812, according to the Traffic of Middlesex County Roads 2021 report. Whereas in the center of Thorndale, some vehicles are still traveling at high rates of speed after crossing the bridge between the railway crossings, where visibility is after the bridge and between the railway crossings, where visibility is reduced. Whereas Medway/Thorndale Road from County Road 27 to County Road 23 receives 45,595 daily vehicular kilometers and an average traffic count of 5,428, according to the Traffic on Middlesex County Roads 2021 report. Therefore, be it resolved that the Thorndale Road and Dorchester Road pedestrian crossings be upgraded to pedestrian crosswalks. Therefore, be it further resolved that the expenses for this initiative will be funded from the 2023 Transportation Capital Reserve account to allow for installation of the capital upgrades at the earliest date possible to the county and municipal public works, no later than August 31st, 2023.
So we have a resolution here.
Councillor Heeman has just introduced the motion so far. In order for it to be considered tonight without notice, I'll need a mover and seconder, and it would need to be stated that it could be considered tonight without notice, and it requires a 2/3 vote, so 4 out of 5 council.
Councillor Crockett.
I would like to second Thomas Heeman's motion.
Okay. All right. So, do you want a recorded vote? No.
It's just the motion
All right.
that it could be considered without previous notice right now. So are you actually moving that, or is there a seconder?
Tom is moving the resolution, but you're moving the motion to have it considered now.
Yeah, I think we
Okay.
should be able to consider it now, considering the topic
Okay,
of
so you're
conversation.
moving the motion.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Chantal is moving the motion to consider it.
That's right.
Is there a seconder?
And
Lockie?
Councillor Lockie. Okay, all in favor? Okay, that motion carries then.
Okay, and now it's on the notice of motion. So if Tom would like to move it
At
Okay.
that time, or
right now, if you'd like to.
Okay, I'll move it.
And the seconder is Councillor Crockett. All in favor? Oh, any questions?
Sorry, I just had one question while Chris is here. Do you foresee any difficulty with respect to implementing the notice of motion? And does the county have all the information? Is there other work that needs to be done?
Yeah, through the mayor, to Councillor Smyber, the challenge, Dorchester Road, not an issue. The crosswalk has been there. It's in a location that is, meets the criteria for pedestrian crossover. An upgrade, it already is a pedestrian crossover, and an upgrade to a push button, signalized pedestrian crossover. Thornwell was a challenge, and as a bit of history, the crosswalk at that location wouldn't meet the criteria to be upgraded to a what's called PXO. One is the alignment of the crosswalk, and more importantly, two is the proximity of the current location of the crosswalk to the railway. There is a set of criteria that is based on railway standards, and these are provincial standards for railways, where we have to be a certain distance away from that railway. So I don't want to give the any sort of indication to anyone watching or to Councillor Heeman that we could do it in that spot. So we need to look at shifting that crossing laterally. We have looked at that previously, and we're happy to look at it again. But I just want to make sure that those who are supporting this motion know that it won't necessarily be exactly where it is in Thorndale right now. So we may have to move it probably closer to the hardware store, closer to the bridge, if we still want it in that location, or further on the other side, closer past the old Sassy's and something like that. But
Councillor Heeman.
Through your worship to Director Trainee, is there any amendment to the motion that would allow more leeway to execute as you mentioned?
Through the mayor and looking at the clerk, I'm just curious if the two locations could be handled through separate resolutions, because Dorchester, we could certainly get that ball rolling tomorrow type thing. And Thorndale, we certainly would need to do a little bit more consultation with yourself and with staff to make sure we're picking the correct location, or shouldn't say correct, there's more than one correct location, the most beneficial location for that pedestrian crossover. That would give us a little bit more time and flexibility on that location. But again, I go back to council to see how you would like to handle that.
So thank you, Chris, for that explanation. So I guess it comes down to whether or not the Thorndale location can be achieved by the stated date. So at this point, I'm wondering, would it be beneficial to have two separate motions where we could deal solely with the Dorchester crosswalk, because we know that there's a greater likelihood of being able to meet that 31st date, and then a separate motion, but along the same lines, would we need to, but then again, the date would be the issue, would it not, Chris?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I would just say that there is some work that that your staff and my staff have to do to find the spot and then come back to you as a council, say this is the spot where that's good, we like that, and this is getting the hardware in place is just going to be a bit of a challenge for that August 31st date, depending on how quickly we can come to a resolution on the good location. And I would say more than a council challenge is a challenge to the public, because the public has no notification that crosswalk location is going to change. If we move the crosswalk down the road, we would have to eliminate the other crosswalk. So we wouldn't have the one and then another one. because then the crosswalks would be too close together. We would have to pick the location first. So I'm confident from a county staffing perspective. I don't want to speak for your staff, but from a county staffing perspective, we could put something together for consideration for the alternative location. But I don't want to preclude a decision that your council should make as to whether or not you like our recommendation or not. If I'm being clear on that, because we previously did get asked to look at a number of locations and there was some debate as to which one would be worthy of the investment, a significant investment in infrastructure.
Okay, that being said, our next meeting is July 17th. Is that a reasonable date where we could bring back a resolution for Ferndale? Is that something that this council and the clerk's office and the roads can deal with?
Just looking over it. So let's let him have it.
Yeah, your worship, I think Chris Trainee and I could work on some by that deadline.
So that being the case, then Councillor Heyman, would you be amenable to?
Yes, I would like to propose an amendment to the therefore be it further resolved. Beginning at the end of the final sentence where it says no later than August 31st. I would propose changing that to a comma or August 31st for Dorchester Road and pending an agreeable site agreed upon or pending an agreed upon site between the county and municipality.
Yeah.
I'm going to refer to the clerk for this.
Councillor Human has moved that and amended that. We have a friendly amendment rule. If you agree to that, do you still second and support that motion, Councillor Crockett?
Yes, I'll second the amendment.
So in our particular case, we have the friendly amendment to this, expanding the date. So are we in favor of this particular motion? We have a mover and we have a seconder. Pardon? Friendly amendment. Do we need more time?
You can call the vote.
Okay. So are we ready to vote? Okay. All in favor? None opposed? All right. The motion carries. Thanks so much, Chris. That was a great presentation. I think you answered all of the questions. I've been kicking around this municipality for some time. So thank you. Okay,
It was my pleasure. Thanks very much.
thank you. So at this point, we'll continue on with the public meeting, and it's item 6.1, a meeting to consider the mowing drain of 2023. And Mr. DeVos. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening. The Murray Drain Report is a report under the Drainage Act that was prepared and submitted using Section 78 of the Drainage Act, which is repair and improvement to an existing municipal drain. There was a request for improvement to the portion of the drain, not a large portion, but the portion in lots 34 and 33 in concession 7, which is between Cobble Hills Road and Cherry Hill Road. The last report on this portion was 1985, and the affected landowners indicated that the drain overtops its banks and floods more often than what it should be and what it did in the past. And we're looking for an improvement. There was also some other erosion issues and crossing issues that were requested to be addressed. We did complete the design and the cost estimates. We had several meetings with the landowners informally to review that work. The work does include a railway crossing. which through discussions with the CNR, they did indicate that they were not willing to pay for the cost of a crossing. And under the Drainage Act, it explicitly states that the railway, a road, a railway, or a utility, it pays the increased cost above and beyond what would happen if they didn't exist. And they are a federally regulated agency, and the Drainage Act is a provincial piece of legislation. So they have chosen not to abide by the provisions of the Drainage Act. So we did have to let the municipality discuss it with the landowners and discuss it internally. There are other municipalities in Ontario that have a similar situation, and there's been ongoing conversations and discussions to try and come up with a solution. In the meantime, it was decided to look at what could be done to phase the project. So at the upper part along Cobble Hills, everything is the same as what it would be without the railway issue. But as we approach the railway, we would taper the work off and not do the complete project and leave the railway as is, and then continue on downstream with a modified, reduced version downstream. Some of the issue with the railway crossing itself is due to depth. And so the channel would be a bit deeper if we could do something across the railway. But because we can't, there's no sense in digging it deeper or better, a full solution downstream. So it is reduced, it's referred to as being phased, and hopefully in the future that can be solved and finished at a later date. And I think I'll stop and open up to questions.
Yeah, seeing is a challenge. So at this point, are there any questions from affected landowners, either in the room or online?
There are none present online, your worship.
In council chambers? Oh, yes, would you like to come forward and state your name and address, please?
Joe Vernoy, and I live in St. Paul's. And I have concerns, I guess, about the railway maybe not getting fixed. But I think in the big picture that it really doesn't have to get fixed, for the simple reason is when the drain floods, it comes out at the start of our property, runs all across our property, then still gets away under the railroad bridge. I want a channel dug that water stays in the ditch. What's your?
Can you address that, Mr. DeVos?
Yes, and like I mentioned, at the upper part of the project where we're starting at Cobble Hills, there's no change, there's no effect of the railway. The challenge is as you get closer and closer to the railway's elevation is higher. So to do what you want in terms of capacity, it would be much better to lower it. We could try to widen it further, but that would not necessarily accomplish the same performance at smaller storms. So you're still going to have higher water in a smaller rain event. But because this solution the problem is been discussed to be temporary, we've referred to it as phased. So we've shown it. This was what was discussed as the solution to go forward. Something different could be done. You could make the channel somewhat wider permanently, but that would take more land and be a bit of a different animal and be there permanently and not be able to be improved if the railway issue is solved.
Can I answer to that? We've never had trouble getting rid of the water. The trouble is the water comes out of the ditch and runs over our field. If we can keep it in the ditch, the bridge will easily take it away. We don't mind if that's a berm there or used as a berm to slow the water down. Then at least it's all laying at the bottom end instead of running all across the field.
and what is proposed is doing that. Is the problem becomes when as you get closer and closer to the railway, all of the cross-sectional area or all the capacity in the ditch that we need is up higher, closer to the field elevation. So we have to get either wider or deeper to help it out. And if we try to ignore the railway issue, we have to go wider. And that was not discussed as the direction that we should be going. If you think that you want to exclude getting the railway issue solved in the future and not deal with that and strictly deal with widening it enough to do what you're suggesting in terms of keeping the water in the channel, then we would need to revise the design and widen it further, which means you would have to lose a bit more land on each side of the channel. If that's something that you wish us to include in the report, we would need to revise the report though to do that.
I'm not sure why the banks, when they take dirt out, can't be put along the ditch in the low spots where it comes out. The bottom end of the ditch has lots of capacity to take it away. It runs out at the top and runs in at the bottom, and it goes.
The lands on both sides, the field elevations, which are outside of the channel, there's quite an area that's fairly low and cannot handle the flow in the channel. And so water in the channel will fill up, will continually rise, and then the water will start to overtop the banks and flood into the field. So you either need to have the cross-sectional area in the channel or completely fill all of the low areas around. And I don't think filling all of the low areas around is a feasible solution. You would be required to actually make the channel wider at that point.
Okay.
So if I just may, CN is an obstacle to having that drain operate effectively. Is that so?
Currently, the existing culvert that is underneath the railway has a floor in it that's higher than the elevation of the channel that we would want to have. The channel has more depth downstream, but upstream, you have a consistent depth and available capacity, but as it gets close to the railway, the floor, the culvert itself is quite old and has never been upgraded even prior to the 1980s. So it's closer to 100 years old. And because of that, it's higher. That's a physical barrier, and something would need to be done to allow more water to pass through that culvert, either by replacing the culvert or putting a secondary culvert or pipe to handle more water, both from a volume standpoint and an elevation standpoint. And if you try to make improvements, which you could do, we could make more improvements to the channel upstream. We would just have to do it at a higher elevation, a higher height. It's a bit of a different design, and it takes more space to do the higher level, the elevation design.
Okay, are there any questions from council on this particular matter? Council, Deputy Mayor Smyber.
Did any similar concerns, were they raised during the on-site meeting or the meetings that you had with the other landowners?
At the on-site meeting, the issues of the flooding and that was what was discussed, and we've come up with the design. We had a solution. The railway issue is a relatively new issue. To our knowledge at the time, we weren't expecting that issue to be raised by the CN. That is something that's, I would say, relatively new over the past several years of their operation. So you're not the only municipality that has that issue. It's just something that, as the engineer, I can't directly deal with. It's the municipality, and possibly the Ontario government who administers the Drainage Act that would have to be able to seek a solution with the railway.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, I understand that. I think there's some movement from other municipalities to push this to the forefront so that it can be resolved. So that's not an ongoing issue. But other than that, then you're satisfied with the report and it's your recommendation that we approve it?
Yes, I mean, we have a certain standard in terms of the level of service that's being provided by the design. We have that same level of service, except within the vicinity immediately upstream of the railway. As it gets close to the railway, the last 150, 200 meters just upstream of the railway won't have the level of service that we want. The only way to truly get that is which Mr. Vinoy said is we can enhance the design to make it wider and shallower. If Mr. Vinoy wants that, which would eliminate the requirement of future improvements of the railway, we can do that. It just takes a bigger space and the channel itself will be a bigger channel. If that's something that's requested, by all means, I can take this report back and revise it to show that. But the current proposal is to leave that little bit for the future.
Thank you. Mr. Vinoy?
When you talk about wider, how wide do you talk about? Like how many feet and how many acres are we going to lose? And at whose expense, I guess?
I could not provide that answer without actually doing hydraulic calculations. I think you might be in the range of somewhere between 1 meter and 2 meters. So between 3 and 6, 7 feet, maybe.
So what is that, 1, 2 acres? Probably.
Try to do my best on the spot here. Oh, I got my phone's off. So yeah, I would think you might be in the range of 1 acre or 2 acres, and that would have to be. See, the problem with the assessment is this is all being done because of a railway. In a normal situation, I would assess it to the railway. I can still do that. If I get told that this is what needs to be in the report, I would make the assessment. It's then up to the municipality to do what they need to do to try and collect that assessment. That's my understanding. I'm not a solicitor. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not 100% confident on that answer, but I could show an assessment in the report at the request of a landowner or the landowners based upon what you want to see as a design, and let the chips fall as far as the assessments and the collection of those assessments go. So if it's something that you want to see, it would not be your cost or the upstream landowner's cost.
I guess one more comment. Maybe the whole thing should be scrapped until that bridge is actually fixed, that we can do it right and just do a clean out. Because there's no sense doing it half, where a clean out would certainly help.
I believe that might have been discussed at some of the previous meetings the municipality held in discussions prior to giving me the instruction to submit. It is possible. This is a user pay system where assessed landowners, both benefiting landowners like yourself and outletting owners upstream, contribute to the costs. And usually we base our reports on what the landowners are requesting us to do. So if you as the major landowner request that it not be done, we could do that. The problem with reports that have been submitted and prepared is that if we don't move forward with something, then the engineering costs are no longer eligible for grants. So you need to be careful with that. You could do some, you would need to include some work that would be improvement or new. That could be erosion control or other features. So you would still need some form of report in order to maintain granting. But all those things are possible. It's up to the landowners to make that request.
Okay, thank you.
So you'd have to make that request to council. They're considering the report tonight. So if you feel that this report shouldn't move forward as is, you would need to make that request to council, and council would have to
Should not
deliver it.
all the landowners be asked? Can't be just my decision.
I think if your comments affect council's decision not to move forward, they would have to refer the report back. We don't know exactly what would be in that report. But your comments being the major requesting landowner, to me, would be sufficient enough to, I can't preclude what council's going to decide. They could very well decide to move forward. But that may, if I was sitting on council, that would be enough for me to suggest to revisit it. You know, you are going to be adding some more time and engineering to the answer to the new report. But if that's what you feel is warranted, I would certainly make that request to council.
Thank you. I believe that our drainage superintendent has something he'd like to say. Thomas?
thank you, and through you, your worship. I would like to speak to Joe that delaying this it could take quite some time, and we may not get the results that we're hoping for. I know that we all believe in what we think is right. However, I've been involved in this for about 5 years, and I don't have a lot of confidence that we're going to get the positive results out of the railway that we'd be anticipating. Even if so, relying on the railway to then improve this culvert would still come from a drainage report to deepen that section of the ditch. We'd be revisiting this process again. So I just want to make sure that you're aware that by holding off and delaying this, you may end up with nothing at all for quite some time.
Thank you, Mr. Travis.
I don't want to delay it any longer. It's been 4 years since we asked first to get this cleaned out. And every year it washes over the field. This ditch has to be cleaned out.
Right.
The way I see it, it was cleaned out the last time and it served us well for quite a few years. So I don't see no reason why it wouldn't now too. You know that the sides have fallen in. It needs to be looked at.
Mr. DeVos?
Yes, my answer would be that as the major landowner, you would need to decide whether you think minor works without doing the railway and curtailing it to maybe erosion control with you refer to it as a clean out. So that's relatively minor works should be sufficient for yourself, or whether you think an improvement that is wider and deeper in most spots is something that is needed. When we first started the project, you wanted something that was deeper and wider. So,
Yeah, and then you said you couldn't do that because of the CN bridge. So until that gets resolved, there's no sense making it deeper and wider. Just clean the damn thing out.
and that's your choice to request
Yeah.
what you think is the most appropriate.
I believe I saw another hand in the audience who wanted to speak to this issue.
Yeah, well, and
If you would like to come to the.
I don't need to get up there. You're gonna hear me fine.
Here you are. So,
The better recorder up there.
just please, so we have some address.
It's Tony Lang, and I've been on that drain since 95. And the problem is now there's regulations that come with Upper Thames and one thing and another. But when it was cleaned, it was cleaned. It wasn't like extremely deep, but it was cleaned deep enough that the tiles were exposed then. Where now the tiles are running right into the dirt. they didn't, and the last one was just a spoon, more or less is what they called it, and it didn't do the job as well as what it could have. And I don't think it needs a great big thing to be done to do it. It just needs to be done properly when they do run the hoe down there, right? So that's just all I want to put my input on that. And I understand and I see what he's talking about, how the land rolls into it. But you know, at the very least, I think a clean out, like proper clean out would be needed.
Okay, thank you. And just on a note, I do know that before the municipalities, there's been a lot of conversation regarding Siemens lack of payment and some of these issues, which is creating a real stumbling block for some municipalities. Yeah.
Everything fall on them because
I understand that it's just trying to get them to come to the table. Travis, did you have one other thing you wanted to say?
Yes, through you, your worship. We actually did perform some maintenance under the existing report to the location where Joe's property was having some issues. However, it wasn't sufficient and we are bound by the existing reports. I cannot make a drain deeper or wider than the reports that exist. So I just, I guess I would like to remind Joe that I can only go as the depth of what the current 1980s engineers report outlines. And I'm not sure how much benefit they'll receive from that.
All right, then. Are there any questions from council then regarding Councillor Crockett?
So I think just to summarize, I kind of see this as twofold. Is one, there's a possible request to just do a clean out, but you're saying that that won't be sufficient based on the current report. And then second is going along with the report that's being presented to us tonight without any monetary involvement from the CN rail, which will kind of only allow it to be done to a certain extent. Is that correct?
My interpretation would be that you actually have three options. One option is to adopt the report as is, move forward with the design of the full design that has been sufficient in most places except within the regions of the railway. That's what's included now. So you can move forward with what's in front of you. You can refer the report back for modification, which means I would then have to come up with something most likely less from what I'm hearing from the landowners. So do a report, but do less. That's the second option. The third option would be to not have the report at all. And then instruct me to write a section 40 report, which is to cancel the project. So there's three options.
Councillor Lockie.
This is just a question regarding the possible delay. This through worship to Mr. Pitt. How long do you think it would delay the project if we were to decide to go back and have it modified for to accommodate for Mr. Van concerns?
Through your worship, it's nearly impossible for me to give you a timeline there. There's one case that's sparking up from all this with CN versus the city of Sarnia, specifically towards the Drainage Act. It's my understanding that there's been some delays and I'm not sure where that's at. We've been being updated by Roma periodically on that one. I haven't had an update in about a month, so I'm not sure where that is. And I'm not entirely sure what will come out of that case as well. So to give a timeline, I comfortably cannot. I have no clue.
You mentioned that there's risk of losing the funding if we were to delay the project.
Yes, through your worship. It's not necessarily losing the funding. It was Mike had touched about how we're going to collect. That's something that we've estimated that with this report in front of you now, we could be around $40,000 of CN's assessment not being collected as they're not complying with the Drainage Act.
Councillor Heeman.
Seeing as this isn't the first occurrence in Thames Center with non-compliance from CN. And I think that we have had active consultations with the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, who has taken a lead on communications with the Minister of Transportation in the federal government to apply pressure on CN to comply with their provincial obligations. Would it not make sense that we pursue with what is the best engineered solution for the landowners and achieving drainage, and also assuming that CN is not above the law?
Through your worship, I would put that decision on the people that are going to be paying for the drain more than us. I would imagine that Joe is going to be the most impacted by that type of decision and should ultimately have that decision.
If there are no other questions, then we do have the motion before us. What is, oh. Do we have? Would you like to state your name and your address? sir?
Pickle. I live at 23895 Cherry Hill Road, which is in this township. Which I see, you know, you've got this in the drawing, you call it Canadian Pacific Railroad, but it's CN. You know that, right? So you're not asking CP for the money, are you?
No, I believe this particular railway is used and operated by both.
Yeah, but it says Canadian Pacific on here, but you've been referring to CN all night.
CN
yeah.
is the agency that we are required to deal with.
CN?
CN, yes.
Yeah, not
There is-
CP. But this map shows
Yes,
CP,
there
Canadian
is
Pacific.
some arrangement between the two railways. I believe it's a co-used railway. And
Oh.
I'm not sure if there's a difference between the agency of who.
And which, I see this drain goes under the railroad a few different times. Which one are you referring to? Can you show me on the map? And it says about the cleanout, that this person, that's me, has to pay 40% of the cleanout. Is that what you're talking about when you sort of refer to cleanout?
I believe what you're looking at is the area, your property is downstream of Cherry Hill, and we are not working on that portion, but it is part of the original bylaw. So this report provides for future maintenance of the drain using this current report and bylaw. So you don't have to go back to a separate older version of the report that could be outdated as far as property goes. So the recommendation distributes the cost of future maintenance for the portion that's not being worked on now. That's a future maintenance provision for the portion of the drain downstream of Cherry Hill.
Because most of this drain is in the other township, right? But was some reason that sound involved in it?
This particular area along the drain is within Thames Center, and therefore the request was made to Thames Center.
Oh, the CN runs through the Camp Center. Okay, yeah. Right.
Mr. Pickle. So council, it's up to us to decide which way we go on this one. We'll have a motion on the agenda to consider.
I would move the recommendation as given, but again, with the understanding that this is what the primary landowner is in agreement with.
Can you state that again, Tom, please?
I just want to make sure that the proposal that is tabled tonight, because I think we talked about a number of different alternatives, and I believe Mr. Van Noort exceeded that he would wish it to proceed even in its imperfect state.
All right.
And I'll, if he disagrees, I would be open to receiving that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor
I think
Smyberg?
my understanding is a little bit different. Does it help if we defer the matter until you've had a chance to speak with the landowner and bring back a recommendation at our next meeting?
Yeah, at this point, this report has taken long enough that one or two more council meetings, I think, is not going to extend it further. We can have some direct conversations to determine whether it needs to be revised or submitted as is or canceled.
I think that's helpful. I want to make sure that we're supporting the residents in terms of what their needs are. So
I mean, if Mr. Vanoy actually has one of those three options to direct you to tonight, then that would make it not necessary.
What was the motion on the floor?
We have a motion on our agenda to accept the report. We've been discussing the possibility of deferring it to the next meeting and having an opportunity to speak to the landowners again. Do you vote right, Mr. DeVos?
Yes, council is deciding to either proceed with the report as submitted or not, and they can refer it back for changes. If they do not proceed forward, they can refer it back for changes, or they can refer it back for me to write a section 40 report to cancel the report. So there's three options. And if you know clearly which one you wish us to do or the council to do, then you can make that suggestion to council.
I don't think I can make that decision. Because if that bridge is not made deeper, there's no sense going through with this. But I don't want to wait another 4 years to see more land wash away. So something has to be done.
Go ahead, Travis.
Through your worship, Joe, you and I had a discussion several months ago about this design and acknowledged that the railway is essentially going to cause a bit of a bottleneck, that we're going to be moving the water to that location a little bit quicker now, that you might experience some temporary overland flow in that section of your farmland. However, you at the time you seemed more comfortable with having it take place down at the bottom end of your farm than up at the road where it was spilling over the banks. And I do believe that this design addresses that concern, but then does shift a bit of the issue down to the downstream end by the railway tracks.
All right, Tom, and then we'll move to a resolution on this matter.
Just a point of order, because I do have a resolution before council, and I'm seeking a second. Again, because I believe it meets the landowner owners' express
Right.
needs.
Do you want to restate that, Tom, because just for clarity's purpose?
It's to accept the resolution as presented by. Yes.
Okay. All right, so the recommendation as contained in the agenda is what is being moved. So I need a seconder for that motion.
I can second it. I think we do some questions, so seek clarification. Sorry.
So, seconder, are there other questions? Councillor Crockett.
I think further to Deputy Mayor Smybert's comment earlier is it possible to just defer it to one more meeting? I don't think that timeline will really impact much, having been a 4-year process, just so the two parties here this evening can maybe clarify what the direction is that they would like to go forward in.
It could be deferred.
Could I speak to that?
Sorry, right now, we're kind of in the middle of making this decision. Is there some comment to the motion?
Like what she's saying, give us another
Okay,
month to figure it out.
so a different, Councilor Hewman.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Right, so the motion has been withdrawn, so do we have a new motion to defer to the next meeting of council? Yes, okay. Moved by Councilor Crockett and seconded by Councilor Lackey. All in favor? Okay, all right, Mr. DeVos, then we'll see you again at the July 17th. Hopefully we'll have some resolution for this.
Yes, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So moving on, the motion before me right now is that council adjourn its regular meeting at 6:37 PM and move into public meetings pursuant to the Planning Act to consider applications listed on the June 26th, 2023 council agenda. So thank you to all the people watching and here in attendance. And council will consider all comments received when making its final decision on applications. So we'll move to the first one. If you are, we need a mover. Too many things. Okay. Deputy Mayor Smybert and seconded by Councillor Crockett. All in favor? All right, thank you. So once again, if you are here commenting on anything to do with the applications, if you would just come to the podium, state your name and your municipal address, that would be helpful. So the first one we're going to consider is 7.1, Plan Amendment 02-23 and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z14-23. Bantam Excavating Inc., applicant, Escher Planning Inc., and care of Melanie Horton, agent. Property is on the south side of Dundas Street, County Road 2, and west side of Elgin Road, County Road 3. So the purpose of this public meeting for this proposed pit is to obtain feedback from the public. The Director of Planning will provide a subsequent report evaluating the said applications with a recommendation for council's consideration at a future meeting. So the first item will be an overview of the planning application presented by our Director of Planning, Mr. Bancroft. Go ahead, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is an application to redesignate part of the subject lands as shown on the screen. From the agricultural designation to the extractive industrial designation, and to also rezone the same lands from the agricultural zone to the extractive industrial zone to allow the establishment of a licensed aggregate extraction operation. The applicant has also made application to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry for the issuance of a pit license. And so amendments to the official plan and the zoning bylaw are necessary since the current designation and zoning does not allow the proposed use. So the purpose of my report is to provide background information. And as noted by Your Worship, a subsequent report will be provided, including an evaluation of the proposal, including a summary of all issues identified by the public and agencies with a recommendation for council's consideration. Just in terms of background, the subject property, it's a farm, about 112 acres altogether. And it contains no buildings or structures. It's currently used primarily for the cultivation of field crops. The farm does contain a natural heritage feature a corridor in the form of woodlands and wetlands, which extends from the southerly limit of the property and generally along the west side of the property. So the farmland is designated and zoned for farming purposes, whereas natural heritage features are designated and zoned for natural environment purposes. So in terms of the actual proposal, with estimated aggregate volumes of 2 million tons, the lifespan of the pit is anticipated to be roughly 4 to 6 years. And that all depends on market conditions, considering the proposed annual tonnage limit of 500,000 tons. The site does offer sand and gravel deposits with a depth of up to 20 meters located across the site, with portions of the deposit located below the water table. In support of this proposal, there's a number of studies that have been prepared related to hydrogeology, natural environment, noise impact, and cultural heritage. All of those documents are also posted on the municipality's website, along with a series of plans which shows what is being proposed from an extraction standpoint, including the nature of the operation, going all the way down to site rehabilitation. It's also important to note, Your Worship, that those technical studies related to hydrogeology, natural environment, and noise impacts, they have been forwarded to our municipal engineering consultant for peer reviews, recognizing the municipality does not have in-house expertise to review those documents. And all costs associated with the peer review are the responsibility of the applicant. In terms of the licensed area that is proposed, that would be about 51 acres of land comprised of farmland. And the proposed extraction area would be about 44 acres altogether. The natural heritage feature corridor forming the west boundary of the proposed pit would remain undisturbed, as well as that lobe of agricultural land located at the northwest corner of the farm. Extraction activities would be subject to a 15-meter setback from the drip line of the woodlot, and also 30 meters from the wetland feature. In terms of the operations plan, there are two key areas that are proposed for extraction, namely the east side, east half of the site along Elgin Road, and then the west half of the site within the interior. Above water extraction is to occur first starting at the east half, and then progressing towards the west half of the site. And then following that, there would be below water table extraction within the west half of the site, and then concluding within the east half of the site. There would also be temporary berms proposed to mitigate noise and visual impacts on neighboring residential use along the east side of the site adjacent to Elgin Road and along the northerly and southerly limits of the site. It's also important to note, Your Worship, that the berms are designed to comply with ministry standards. That would be through the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. And also those berms would be based on the technical recommendations from the noise impact study. The proposed pit entrance would be off Elgin Road near the south limit of the property. The average number of truck volumes would range from 10 to 12 trucks daily during the operating season. The site would be progressively rehabilitated to a natural environment use, resulting in a pond approximately 13 hectares in size, with naturalized areas consisting of wetlands as well as meadows along the side of the slope of the pond, and native species of wetlands, plants, trees, and shrubs would be placed along the shoreline. From an agency consultation standpoint, Your Worship, there were no issues identified by the county engineer our chief building official, our director of public works, and our drainage superintendent. From the public, we did receive 3 written submissions, which, as I understand, were shared with members of council in advance of this meeting. The first one from Janet Tucker. She's expressed some concerns. She's a resident in the area, concerned about noise, dust, and truck traffic. Also concerns about her water well, if there would be detrimental impacts based on issues from a quantitative or qualitative standpoint. And also concerns about decreasing value of her property. Also from Janet Belor, she has provided a detailed list of questions regarding the nature of the operation, which have been forwarded to the proponent for a response. Also from a Tyler Stewart, he's expressed some concerns about the operational aspect of the pit. Also about his well not being negatively impacted from a quantitative and a qualitative standpoint. So it's my recommendation, Your Worship, as noted in my report, that the report be received. And then secondly, that I provide a subsequent report evaluating the subject applications with a recommendation for council's consideration at a future meeting once the peer review results are available for the technical studies submitted. That's my submission, Your Worship. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, is the applicant wishes to speak to me?
So the agent, Melanie Horton, is available. She's on, we promoted her, Your Worship, and she's joining us now.
Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor and members of council and staff. My name is Melanie Horton from Escher Planning. I'm here virtually, as you can see, but also with you this evening in the room. Joe Hassan from Brantham Excavating is on hand, and we're both available to answer questions. There was a short presentation provided. It should be in your agenda package. Mr. Bancroft has done a very thorough job of providing an overview of the application and the details of the extraction rehabilitation plan. So without repeating any of that, I think I'd just like to highlight that this is quite early stages in the process. So as Mr. Bancroft mentioned, there's two components to the aggregate application. One is a license application under the Aggregate Resources Act. And the other, the reason we're here this evening, is the applications for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment under the Planning Act. So under the Aggregate Resources Act, it's the applicant's responsibility to notify landowners and also to host a public information session. So we had that session under the Aggregate Resources Act last week, had about a half dozen residents out, and were able to, it was quite informal, just answering questions about the operations. Under that process, anyone who has an interest or objections or concerns is asked to write in and notify the applicant and the ministry before the end of July. I believe the 28th is the last day for objections under that process. And then this evening, we're here to provide information and to hear from council and the public about questions or concerns they have. As Mr. Bancroft mentioned, the technical reports will be peer reviewed for the township's benefit in preparing their report and analysis. And we'll come back for a decision sometime, likely sometime later this year. So that's those are the only remarks I have this evening. And Mr. Hassan is there. Joe, if you want to wave or come up to the table, we're happy to answer questions. Thank you.
So did you have anything to say after Mr. Hassan's?
No, I think that's pretty well covered.
Okay. All righty. So is there anyone else in the room or online who wishes to speak to this matter?
I do have, I'm promoting a Kevin Party online, Your Worship.
Mr. Party, if you unmute, you're available to speak. Mr. Party, are you able to unmute, please?
All right, is there anyone else on?
Mr. Party is the only on.
Okay. Yes. John Council, stage.
Hi, I'm John Bear and my municipal address is 5769 Dundas Street East. So I'm in this little portion right here against Dundas Street. And I have minor concerns about my well, but really no concerns at all about going forward with the gravel pit in the area. My question to council, I guess, I tried to buy 2 more acres straight back from my land when we originally bought the property, and town council at that time decided against that. And the reason being is they were not wanting to convert agricultural land into semi-agricultural land. And so I wanted to approach council to find out if there would be any objections. I've already spoken on the phone with Joe about potentially buying 2 more acres directly behind our property, which we still use as a backyard and stuff anyway. And he on that phone call was in agreement that would be possible, but it would be up to me to get that ball rolling. Would town council have objections to, how would I begin that process?
Procedure.
Yeah. So your worship, members of council, this is the first I've ever heard of this discussion. So I can only speak to the consent to sever process. So in order to acquire a portion of the land, you do need a severance or a consent under the Planning Act. I would be happy to reach out to you tomorrow and have a discussion with you.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a procedure that you'd have to go through in terms of engaging the public. You know, my role would be to evaluate the submission. But again, we can have that conversation tomorrow if that is convenient for you.
Yep, excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. So if there, we get this gentleman. Okay. There's some, oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see you there. Come up and state your name and address, please.
I'm Tyler Stewart from 146 Elgin Road. Just question being, I was one of the residents that posted questions to it. At what point in this process will our questions be answered or discussed further before the approval of the facility?
Do you want to outline anything that's specific? I know we all received email, but I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah, through your worship.
Yes.
It's staff's intent to provide an evaluation report. You know, once we have the results of the peer review, and through that process, I will be going through all of the comments that have been submitted with questions posed with a follow-up.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Mark.
That answers the question, does it? Okay, thank you very much. Anything else then? No? Any questions or comments from council? Councilor Lockie. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble seeing hands in the back row, I guess.
Alma Johnston, I'm speaking on behalf of my dad that lives at 327 Elgin Road. I know that people have put in questions and that, I feel like we're not being heard here tonight. Maybe this is wrong, but one question we have is the well. It goes 100 feet. You're saying that this is going down, like you're doing 200 feet or whatever it is that you're doing. How can you guarantee that the water is not going to be affected with this quarry that's we're only 3 houses down from it? Like, you guys have stopped us from doing anything with our agricultural land for years. You people come in here, and I know it's a business, but now you're taking it over and you're completely destroying this agricultural land for your own pocket. And I'm sorry, but on behalf of us, all residents of this whole township, we feel like we have been totally not heard and that our concerns are nothing. And when we've asked to do something with our own agricultural land, we've been totally turned down time and time again. Now you're going to do this. The traffic is ridiculous to begin with because we've already got a quarry right down the road, right across from there. There's young families on that road, school buses trying to pick up young families. How can you guarantee that nothing's going to happen? How are we going to get a meal? My elderly father get his meal across the road. How is he going to be able to cross? Because of all the extra trucks, the dust, the noise, all this stuff. Is any of this being taken into any consideration, or is it just about the money? Sorry.
Is there any response to this at this point? Or we're waiting for your evaluation, Mr. Bancroft?
Through your worship, I can only speak about the fact that we do have technical studies that have been submitted as required by the legislation. And so they will be subject to a peer review, as mentioned earlier. As I understand it, with the subject property, there are a series of monitoring wells to deal with benchmark determination in terms of water quality and water quantity and that respect. Perhaps Ms. Horton could elaborate on those points. But at the end of the day, we are obligated to process these types of requests against the planning framework. And at the same time, there's a process through the licensing agency, through the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. So that's my response, Your Worship.
Okay. Ms. Horton, did you have anything to?
Yes, thank you through you, Your Worship. Just to add to what Mr. Bancroft had noted, the technical reports that were prepared for the application are address the provincial requirements with regard to protection of groundwater, surface water, air quality, and noise. So those details and the design of the pit have all been designed with mitigation to protect all of those elements. As mentioned, in addition to the peer review, just wanted to note a couple of things. So there'll be the technical peer review. The reports are also reviewed by various provincial ministries. So those include the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, Ministry of Natural Resources, obviously is the lead agency, Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, both their district office and the Species at Risk branch will perform a review, and all providing comments specifically on those technical aspects. The other important thing to note is, in addition to the municipal process, under the Aggregate Resources Act, as I mentioned, anyone who provides a letter of comment or concern or question must be provided with a response from the applicant. So that would be, as those comments come in by the end of July, I'll be working with Joe and the technical team to respond to the questions and concerns. The questions that came up in some of the submissions prior to tonight's meeting, there were a number of questions about the operation, just aspects of the operation. I'm happy to provide a response with Joe back through Mr. Bancroft, so that he's got those details on hand as well. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you very much. All right, so questions from members of council. Council Key.
Through your worship, through Director Bancroft, I think there's a lot of very valid concerns, especially from Mr. Stewart regarding water. Will there be a comprehensive view of the water source in the wells?
Sorry, your worship, could you repeat through you the tail end of your question? It sort of cut out a little bit.
With respect to the further review and the peer study, will there be a comprehensive study regarding the safety of the wells and the water sources?
So through you, your worship, I don't profess to be an expert by any means in terms of water quality and quantitative aspects as well. As I understand it, we have a hydrogeological assessment undertaken by an expert in that field. And that will be subject to the peer review, as I mentioned earlier. To ensure ultimately that there's no unacceptable adverse impacts on neighboring uses. And also, it's also my understanding that the recommendations stemming from that hydrogeological study would lend themselves to being implemented through the series of plans dealing with the operations insofar as aggregate extraction. So I through your worship, I hope that answers your question.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Any other questions from members of council? Councilor Crocker?
Thank you, Mayor McMillan. I guess this may be directed towards yourself, Ms. Horton, or to Mr. Hassan here. I think it's just important to note that the comments that came through, there were a few in particular that I wanted to make note of this evening. One being the timeline for the start and end date of this project. I understand that you won't be able to give a start date until things pass, but how long will this be in operation? I know that it alluded to a start and an end and the transition back after the aggregate extraction. But do you have a more specific timeline in mind?
Through you, Mayor, I'll start and Joe can jump in. In terms of the start date, so the approval process can take 2 years is sort of a rough timeline. It can be a little bit less than that. Where there's any appeals, that will add additional time to the application. In essence, to acquire the approvals for an aggregate operation is anywhere from 2 to 5 years. So I know that's not a specific date, but the lifespan, and Joe's probably best equipped to answer this because he has the best sense of the market in the area that he'll be servicing. But we're estimating about 8 to 10 years.
And I agree with that, about 8 to 10 years. I would think that if you're going to base it on 500,000, I think that's a guideline. For the most part, I think you're going to look a little bit closer to about 200 to 250 a year than 500. If you do the multiplication, yeah, that's going to be about anywhere from 7 to 10 years, I would suspect, would be the end date for extraction of the pit.
Thank you.
Follow up question?
It's not a follow-up question, it's a new one. So if you want to jump somewhere else, that's okay.
Let's go ahead. We'll go ahead.
My second, I guess it's more of a comment. Perhaps we should have kept Mr. Trainee here for this. But I do want there to be note that there perhaps may need to be a traffic study with having two competing gravel pits right across the road from each other in this stretch of County Road extending from Dundas to Trafalgar. So we may need to look at some speed reduction measurements or perhaps some other traffic controls for consideration. I know in this proposal right here, it says, just got really quiet without that fan on, sorry. It says here that the county engineer has no comment, but perhaps we're going to have to circle back for your final report to see if that changes. And then my third one is because this is prime agricultural land, I would like to extend a notice to MFA for comment for your final report. Thanks.
And any other comments or questions from council? Councilor Howard?
Sorry, just let me get my thoughts in order. Through your worship, to the planning consultant, I was wondering, given that there are a number of close proximate neighbors, and I understand there is an engineered berm and dust mitigation structure, but one of the things that we're looking at more seriously here in Thames Center is increasing tree cover. And I was wondering if there's any appetite potentially to voluntarily add a tree planting along the perimeter to allow more privacy and also noise mitigation, dust mitigation to the neighboring residents. So just putting it out there as something for consideration. I know a lot of these burns tend to, you look at the one across the street, it has a lot of black locusts that they take advantage of newly disturbed soils. So I know reforestation does occur, but I think it might be a good world gesture to initiate that for the benefit of your neighbors. And just a comment with the conversion to a wetland feature at the end. Many of these former aggregate sites are being looked at as aquaculture opportunities. So there is still agricultural benefits that can be derived. And that's something that, is maybe the OFA has something to consider with that respect. The last comment I'd just like to make is that we've heard a lot about the peer review process. And I think that it's important to note that that is a new process that was undertook by the last council to address the development of a gravel pit proximate to a town boundary. And so that gave an additional level of oversight and scrutiny to that process. And so I think that it's something that it's not it's not a regular process. It's an additive process that we've gone through to make sure that the engineering and scientific studies are validated twice. And that is completely at the applicant's expense. So again, I think it shouldn't be underappreciated that step is being undertaken to make sure that the due diligence is done twice.
Thank you, Councillor Heyman. I appreciate those comments. Anything else from council before we move on? Okay. Well, there being no further discussion, the public meeting is now closed and council can make their decisions on the application. So we have the recommendation as posted on our agenda. So do I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report and the subsequent report evaluating the subject applications to be provided at a future meeting once the peer review results are available? Moved by Deputy Mayor Smybert and seconded by Councillor Lockie. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The next item on the agenda is 7.2, the zoning bylaw application Z17-23. Municipality of Thames Center is the applicant for the properties at 2008 Dorchester Road and 2135 Dorchester Road. So, overview, Mr. Bancroft.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the purpose of this application is to allow the establishment of temporary outdoor seasonal patios, accessory to a permitted restaurant use, for those two properties, 2008 Dorchester Road and 2135 Dorchester Road, provided at least 75% of the existing on-site parking is maintained. So just in terms of background, we're dealing with two separate properties located here in Dorchester. 2008 Dorchester Road. It is a commercial plaza which accommodates 3 restaurant uses. So the Mill Pond Tap and Grill, Town and Country Pizza, and TC Brewing Company. Outdoor patios on the property are currently limited to TC Brewing, located outside the parking area in the landscaped open space portion of the property. The second property, it is also a commercial plaza located at 2135 Dorchester Road, which accommodates a number of businesses, including the Fat Olive restaurant. Currently, the Fat Olive operates a temporary outdoor patio located on a converted parking space at the front of the restaurant. Both of these properties, they are designated and zoned for commercial purposes. Currently, actually, let me take a step back for a second. So the municipality has initiated this application. Under the zoning bylaw currently, outdoor patios associated with restaurant uses are permitted subject to criteria. And as I mentioned initially, this amendment proposes to allow these temporary seasonal outdoor patios provided at least 75% of existing on-site parking is maintained. Currently, the zoning bylaw provides no distinction between either permanent or temporary seasonal outdoor patios and requires parking spaces to be provided for the gross floor area associated with the outdoor patio at the same rate of parking for indoor restaurant space. My report also outlines a list of zoning criteria that is applicable for outdoor patios. Also, in terms of background, during the pandemic, temporary approvals were granted for patios at the Mill Pond Tap and Grill and the Fat Olive, considering there were restrictions imposed on indoor gatherings and their inability to operate at full capacity. Effective the beginning of this year, the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario delegated the approval of outdoor patios to municipalities through chief building officials. The Fat Olive was recently granted a municipal approval to operate their outdoor patio, subject to restrictions and based on zoning compliance. The Mill Pond Tap and Grill, they've applied for their outdoor patio. However, their application has been deferred pending a decision on this zoning bylaw amendment, since they're not capable of complying with the on-site parking requirement. Mill Pond Tap and Grill indicated previous municipal staff allowed the use of the gravel parking lot at the Dorchester Community Park as surplus parking to address their on-site parking deficiency. However, the municipality does not have any records of such arrangement. TC Brewing does have permanent approval from the AGCO for an outdoor patio, to which previous municipal staff had no concerns. As noted in my report, Your Worship, I've conducted an analysis of this application, and there's certainly policy direction provided by the province, the county official plan, and Thames Center official plan in terms of encouraging a mix of uses in settlement areas, including commercial uses. And also through the Thames Center official plan, under the general commercial designation, it does encourage commercial establishments offering goods and services, including restaurant uses. Also, Your Worship, there is criteria under the official plan that council should consider in dealing with zoning bylaw amendments. And those pertain to soil and drainage conditions that are suitable. It's not really applicable in this case, considering no buildings and structures are proposed. Also, adequacy of servicing, the road system, ensuring that the lot frontage and area requirements are being satisfied. And also that there's no adverse effects the proposed use may have on adjacent properties. Staff is not aware of any adverse impacts on surrounding uses from temporary seasonal outdoor patios, which existed during the pandemic. Because considering at that time, there were patios in place, not only at TC Brewing, but also at the Fat Olive and also at the Mill Pond Tap and Grill. In the circulation of the application, there was a concern raised by Miss Sue Spencer regarding the lack of parking for patrons for TC Brewing or Town and Country, whereby patrons of Mill Pond Tap and Grill were making use of all available parking at that particular commercial plaza. My response to Ms. Spencer's concern is that that is a civil matter, Your Worship, between the tenant and the owner of the property, and that the municipality has no control over the allocation of parking spaces for individual units within a commercial plaza. So as noted in my analysis, I've gone through and evaluated all of the relevant criteria. And in all, I'm satisfied that this application is consistent with the provincial policy statement and would conform with the county as well as Thames Center's official plans. In the circulation of the application, from an agency standpoint, there were no issues identified. We got comments back from the county engineer, our chief building official, and also our drainage superintendent. In terms of public comments received, I already mentioned the concerns raised by Ms. Spencer. We also received comments from Renee Lammers, along with Doug Crockett, and both of which expressed no objections and are fully supportive of the amendment. So it's my recommendation, Your Worship, that this application be approved in principle and that the implementing bylaw be passed by council. I'm here to answer any questions, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bancroft. So is the applicant or the user anyone would like to speak to the issue? Do you want to come forward, please, and state your name? There's a little button. Okay.
My name is Peter Smith. I'm the owner of the Mill Pond Tap and Grill. So as Mark stated, we were denied due to parking. One of the things I was confused at was the rules with restaurants are, with the liquor licenses, you have to have a number of parking spots per people to even receive a liquor license. So with that said, I know that council couldn't find any documentation of off-site parking, but with that said, with the number of people that are allowed in the Mill Pond now, there has to be off-site parking, or the liquor license back in 2009 would never got passed with the number of parking spots in the parking lot right now. So with that said, with the off-site parking, there has to be something in place, although we cannot find documentation. Also, with TC parking, it is allowed one parking spot per 10 guests. So that means there's 21 parking spots. So 14 spots are allowed technically to the Mill Pond and 7 to the other businesses. So that means that would not be an issue. Moving forward, we've had that patio for 3 years. COVID, thank God, or we never would have made it. We close, we do last call at 10 p.m. So that means everybody's off patio inside due to the noise. We never had a noise complaint in the 3 years that we were running. We did have a petition that we started last week of people in the town that want the patio, but our phones were off the hook. Hey, Pete, why isn't your patio open? Hey, Cassie, why isn't your patio open? So I hope that you guys, 25% would mean that we went from, we had 8 tables, would now bring us down to 4. So from a dollar span, and it would hurt us a lot. So that 25%, I guess I'm asking to up that. Also with the offsite parking too, stated on January 2009 in the paper, it states that that was a verbal agreement and written agreement with which at then point was the OAC, which is now the mortgage teacher, that after hours, which he closes at 5, 6, that his 3 or 4 spots were definitely, people could use it without his problem. There's parking on one side of Queen Street. With also Town and Country parking, we open now Monday to Wednesday at 3. So basically, we open Monday to Wednesday at 3. So they close at 2, right? And then their one business is takeout. And that's the big thing. We get along really well. So I hope in the future things will be fine with that. What else do I have? I think that was pretty much it. Basically, if you haven't, I think where the over part was the front of the baseball diamonds in that gravel area, which is municipality public parking. So I go back to the liquor license. It never would have got approved if there was not off-site parking in the first place. So if you look at where the diamond is, where that gravel pit is, that's where they decided. And back then it was called Thirsties. I wasn't involved. That was in 2009. In closing, I just hope that you guys think about upping the 25% in passing for the community. It's great to see people come out and have a good time. And we had, like I said, to our known, we had 0 complaints. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak to the issue?
I'm Angela. I live at 43 Ann Street in Dorchester, and I also own TC Brewing in Town and Country. You know, I like to talk, but I don't like talking in front of people, so bear with me. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm here to talk about the proposed bylaw amendment for 2008 Dorchester Road. And Mark Bancroft has already said it. I've already have a permanent license, so I'm not applying for this, or I don't, this affects my parking, not necessarily my patio. I can skip that part of my words, sorry. As to the liquor license, it was I was signed when I received my liquor license. I had to have approval from Health, Fire, and the Municipality of Thames Center in order to get my parking spots or to get my approval, in the understanding that I had enough parking spots. And we can do the math and we can banter back and forth. What comes down to it is I'm spending my time telling people or asking people to, oh, you're right, it does get real quiet when that fan goes out. To move out front of my 4 spots out front of TC or Town and Country Pizza. In fact, that I can get my customers in to get pizzas, and some of them are of the elderly age. With that, the patio taking up more than 25% makes it difficult for people to turn around in the patio, in the parking lot, and takes up more of the parking. When I ask people to move and I tell them that the overflow parking, where the overflow parking is, they are unaware that the overflow parking is behind or at the Municipal Ball Diamond parking lot at 2066 Dorchester Road. So my questions for this amendment are: first, who's going to manage the 25% of this parking lot? Secondly, is the 25% per business or overall? Hence, there's 3 businesses in the building. Who gets what? And I would like to know, in case something happens to my patio. Say we get sewers and we put a parking lot in, I will lose my parking lot. So how does that affect my chances of getting a patio back? And can two businesses apply for the same allowance at the same building? So I appreciate this decisions that you and the staff put into the community. This is 20% of our already overload parking lot. How do you justify making a decision that will help one business, but could be detrimental to another? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? And is there anyone online who would like to speak to the issue? No. All right, then we'll turn this over to council for questions. Any questions or comments from council? Councillor Crockett, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this is directed to Mr. Bancroft. My question is kind of in line with Angela's. Is the 25% of the allowance for the patio, would that be considered for the entire commercial parking lot?
Through your worship, that is correct. At the end of the day, the tenant would need to get consent from the property owner, to make the application essentially for the outdoor patio to be contained within the parking area, essentially.
Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Smyber?
I think it's more of a comment, I think, than a question at this point. Obviously, we want to see our businesses succeed, and obviously we want to see these patios operate and flourish and do all those good things. So I'm just trying to figure out, how can we do that, right? So and I'm hoping that all businesses can work well together to ensure that arrangements can be made in terms of parking, that there's equity and that sort of thing. What's the answer to that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if staff have any suggestions or comments on that, but obviously I want to see a solution, and I want to see a workable solution that's fair for everyone.
Mr. Bancroft?
Yeah, through your worship, and just in response to the comment provided by Deputy Mayor Smyber. So staff took it upon themselves to file this application on behalf of the municipality, to be a facilitator, to see what could be done to allow temporary seasonal outdoor patios. There's a lot of stakeholders involved. Not only those who want to establish outdoor seasonal patios, but also businesses that rely on on-site parking to accommodate their patrons and make it convenient for their patrons. So it was a bit of a juggling act in terms of dealing with all of those competing interests, and hence staff came up with the 25% figure, to hopefully see if a balance could be struck amongst those competing interests. So.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? All right, we're at the point where we need to proceed. So there is the recommendation for approval of this application as included on the agenda. And I will read it out in this case, that application for zoning bylaw amendment Z 17-23 filed by the municipality of Thames Centre for lands known municipally as 2008 Dorchester Road and 2135 Dorchester Road to allow the establishment of a temporary seasonal outdoor patios accessory to permitted restaurant uses, provided at least 75% of the parking spaces are maintained, be approved in principle, and that the implementing bylaw be passed by council. For that motion. Councillor Crockett. Seconder.
My suggestion is,
people in Dorchester love patios. Could we consider, I believe that Mr. Smith has, addressed the issue with parking. Can we make it, allow it a slightly bigger patio?
So I'd like to motion then.
But yes, I would say provided 60% of the existing parking spaces are maintained.
I'm going to defer to the clerk for the moment.
Do you want me to withdraw first?
You could do that.
Oh, okay.
Are you withdrawing your motion, or we could ask for a seconder, or would you accept that friendly amendment through Councillor Lockie?
I'll withdraw for right now.
Okay. Danielle, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to make the follow the recommended motion, but provided that at least 60% of existing parking spaces are maintained.
Yes, thanks for your worship. So based on that new motion, I should point out to council that whenever a zoning bylaw amendment is changed following a public meeting of municipal council, the amendment can be revised, but I would strongly suggest that the motion be qualified in that there should be an add-on to say that no further notice be required pursuant to section 34 sub 17 of the Planning Act. So basically that would excuse the need for a council to re-engage the public essentially. Notice would still be provided in terms of the passing of the bylaw, but it is in terms of, bringing closure to the community engagement aspect.
Okay. We understand that then, council. So with this amendment and the add-on, are we ready to move forward?
I just have a question.
Certainly.
Like what does that mean, I guess? Does that help alleviate substantially the concerns in terms of the parking? Going from 75% to 60%?
I think it's a kind of maybe some, but not all. Maybe considered as a compromise.
So through you, your worship, just doing in some quick math, it appears that there'd be 7 parking spaces that would no longer be used for on-site parking, but rather to accommodate a temporary seasonal outdoor patio.
So that would bring the number of spots down to 14. I'm going to ask this question at this point then. Signage erected on the parking spot, parking area to indicate where overflow parking could go, or is that the responsibility of the municipality or the tenants of the particular property? So, Mr. Wincroft, is the show.
Your worship, Mr. Smith just made a comment that he'd be willing to cover those costs for any signage on the property to be replaced with respect to advising the public of overflow parking being available at the municipal parking lot.
Okay. We're going back and forth on this one a little bit. So a suggestion for
So used. I don't have the patio. If you go that size is going to be exactly what it was last year. And taking away 7 spots takes away more than that because of the back parking area where it extends to. So I'm not sure how we will figure that out. As for signs, I have signs up already and I have chalkboards that say Town and Country Pizza parking only, or on Fridays, or when they're open, Thursday and Fridays when they're open for lunch. I have TC Brewing Town and Country Pizza parking signs out front, and no one, I shouldn't say that, they don't all abide by it, and I'm still policing it. It's not going to change a whole lot, but I still have concerns about going up to 60% of the spots being open, because I don't think you can get to the back of the patio for that. So I don't know how Pete's gonna do that.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Mr. Smith?
So back to hours of operation, okay? So TC Brewing, we open. We're closed Sunday. We are not open Sundays. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we open at 3 o'clock. TC Brewing closes at 2. So then it's just Town and Country Pizza, which is for the most part, I believe, maybe I'm wrong, Ange, but is a pick up pizza and go, right? So the only days that would be affected are Thursday, Friday, Saturday, which is total of 6 hours in a week. That would be an issue. So I agree with Ange 1000% that the signage at the property was not effective, but nowhere was there signage that there was parking on municipality at the arena. There was just signs up that said TC parking. So I think it would not matter. It would help a little bit. And I think that us personally can make more effort too, in the parking, to make sure that people are aware when they pull in. Like, it's not just Ange going out there, hey guys, you have to move. This is TC's parking, right? Like, I'm willing to work with that, right? But like in the big scam of things, for the most part, we open at 3 for 3 days. They are closed at 2. The other business is just a pizza delivery, like they come to pick up for the most part. So we're talking about 6 hours in a week here, right? Restaurants are still suffering from COVID. I'm not using that as an excuse, but like, we don't make a lot off a burger, and that we need the volume. So just think of that as well, right? And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Well, if there are no further comments from either council or where are we at?
Counselor Lockie has
Friendly amendment, yeah.
60%, noting that no further notice is to be required. Need a seconder.
The seconder for the amended motion. Then. Councilor Snyder, okay, so all in favor? Any opposed? I'm sorry, Tony, I can't see you. Oh, that's right, I'm sorry, you did, sorry about that. All right, so all in favor, then the motion carries. Okay, then. Thank you very much for the ladies and gentlemen, and this is a challenge.
We leave after the good stuff.
All right, so, yes,
Can I ask for a 5-minute recess?
we certainly can. We'll recess for 5 minutes. So Jana, are we just about ready to get going again? Okay, okay. On your agenda, the zoning bylaw amendment application Z 13-23 Otis Properties Limited applicant, MHBC Planning, care of Oz Kamal, agent for the property at 2300 Dorchester Road. Are you taking this, Alana, or no, Mark's back on? Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is an application to rezone the subject lands to permit additional uses to the existing zoning and also to allow site-specific provisions, including a reduced interior side yard. The purpose of my report is to provide background information for council's consideration. A subsequent report will be provided to be considered at the next regular meeting of council. And that subsequent report will include an evaluation of the subject application, a summary of agency and public comments, and ultimately a recommendation for council's consideration. The subject property, it's about 8 acres in size, and it's located on the east side of Dorchester Road and on the south side of Byron Avenue in the village of Dorchester. The property contains 2 commercial buildings, one of which includes the Shoppers Drug Mart, and the other building currently under construction is to accommodate 3 units for future commercial tenants. This property is also subject to site plan control through a site plan agreement, which is registered against the title of the lands, which provides a layout of the site in terms of buildings and structures and parking, along with vehicular access, which is primarily available to Dorchester Road with a secondary access to Byron Avenue. Considering Byron Avenue is a designated no truck route, all truck deliveries are required via Dorchester Road only. And those restrictions are also carried over into the site plan agreement. The lands are also designated for commercial purposes and also zoned GC 2-4. So the applicant has applied to rezone the lands to permit a food store along with a drive-through restaurant as additional uses to the current zoning. The applicant is also requesting a site-specific reduced interior side yard width of 3 meters. So that is proposed for the food store. Whereas the zoning bylaw currently requires an interior side yard of 7.5 meters. Also, what is being requested is a stormwater management facility within required areas for landscape, open space, and planting strips, which is otherwise prohibited in that landscaped open space and planting strips cannot be used for stormwater management purposes. Attached to my report is a conceptual site plan showing the layout of the site, should this rezoning be approved. And site plan approval would be required to allow that additional development. And just in terms of background, Your Worship, I think it's important to note that this property was before the Ontario Municipal Board back in 2006. In January of 2006, when through a board order, it allowed additional uses to the zoning of the property. So through that order, what was permitted was a convenience store along with a restaurant. And through that order from the Ontario Municipal Board, it effectively amended the zoning of the lands which pertain to the township of North Dorchester a comprehensive zoning bylaw. And through convenience store, it allowed for the selling of groceries, and also through restaurant, through that definition, again imposed by the order by the Ontario Municipal Board, it allowed essentially a drive-through restaurant through the definition of that term. And that transpired back in January of 2006. Come the fall of 2006, the municipality then passed a new comprehensive zoning bylaw for the municipality of Thames Centre. Essentially repealed the Township of North Dorchester zoning bylaw, repealed the Township of West Missouri zoning bylaw, and came up with a new Thames Centre-wide comprehensive zoning bylaw. So as part of that new bylaw, there was a carryover for the zoning of this property to allow for a convenience store along with a restaurant. The issue, however, is under the Thames Centre zoning bylaw, what is defined as a convenience store no longer permits a grocery store. And what is defined as a restaurant use under the Thames Centre zoning bylaw no longer allows for a drive-through restaurant. So I think based on that, I think it is fair to say that those uses were inadvertently omitted from the Thames Centre comprehensive zoning bylaw. And it was only through a pre-consultation process to expand the plaza where an application for site plan approval was warranted, where we provided those comments to the proponent to say, you need to rezone your property because a food store and a drive-through restaurant are not listed as permitted uses. And only through going through the history of the site where it was identified of this disconnect in terms of these uses that were allowed by the Ontario Municipal Board and the inadvertent downzoning of this property to which we're at now. So as outlined in my report, I mentioned the policy framework where consistency with the provincial policy statement is required, along with conformity with the County of Middlesex official plan and the Thames Centre official plan. And then lastly, the evaluation criteria is noted before council to consider zoning bylaw amendments. And as I mentioned at the commencement of my presentation, Your Worship, we're not dealing with the evaluation of the application today. It's simply a background information report where we solicit feedback from the community. In terms of agency comments, there were no issues identified in the circulation of the application. But we did, those responses were from the county engineer, the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, our Director of Public Works, our drainage superintendent, and our chief building official. Again, no comment or concerns identified. In terms of public comments, subsequent to the publication of my report, I did receive some feedback from Monteith Brown Planning Consultants on behalf of Sifton Properties. Sifton, of course, owns the adjacent land to the south as well as to the east, which is the proposed Hawthorne Park subdivision. Those written comments, I believe, are appended to the council agenda, but I just wanted to briefly go over some of the concerns that they've noted. They've got concerns about the reduced interior side yard from 7.5 meters to 3 meters. They're most interested in mitigation required for potential nuisances from the proposed food store, such as noise and lighting. They're most interested in the interface of the subject lands with the Sifton property, such as more specific site plan considerations, such as buffering, fencing, landscaping. They also note that although they do have those concerns, they would like to request for consideration for joint use / access easement between the subject lands and the Hawthorne lands to the south, which I guess in their words, could improve access for both properties. So it's my recommendation, Your Worship, that my report be received, and secondly, that I provide a subsequent report evaluating the subject application with a recommendation for council's consideration at the next regular meeting. I'm here to answer any questions, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bancroft. So, there are people in the audience who would like to speak to this. Oh, are you the agent? Oh, okay.
Because I'm Daniel Olin too. Are you speaking then? I'm Daniel Olin. Okay. You're good. Okay.
So in other words, he's not speaking.
Your worship, thanks for having me this evening. My name is Oz Kamal. I'm a partner at MHBC Planning. We are the agents for the application for the zoning bylaw amendment. Mr. Bancroft, as he was talking, I was checking off all of my points that I wanted to speak to. So thank you, Mr. Bancroft, for that. To his point, he noted, and I think adequately, that this is an application to reestablish the food store use and reestablish the drive-through permission that was inadvertently omitted when the bylaw amendment, when the bylaws were consolidated to form the Thames Center bylaw. The additional requests with respect to setback are just to allow us some flexibility with the food store in terms of its positioning. And the other setback reduction request is on the exterior side yard abutting Dorchester. And that's only because it was brought to our attention that there's going to be a 2-meter road widening. And right now we meet the setback, but with the widening that's required to go to the municipality, we would be short by about 2 meters. So I asked for that adjustment as well. The last provision that I had also asked for was to allow for a stormwater management facility to be located within the landscape space. And that's because of the nature of how we have the site oriented right now in the conceptual plan. What we're anticipating is a drive-through, again, similar to what was previously approved, a drive-through use closer to Dorchester Road with the drive-through tucked behind it. We moved the food store into the back corner, and then we have the existing Shoppers, and we have the existing multi-tenant building, which is up now, but the driveway and the parking still has to be finalized in terms of construction. So what we asked for, just because of our limitation in land area that we have, that consideration be given, and we'll work with Mr. Bancroft and the planning team and the engineering team on finding suitable engineering solutions for stormwater. We just wanted to, again, have flexibility to potentially allow for that in the landscape buffer. We did receive comments from Monteith Brown. They had flagged a couple of things. If I could just quickly go through those. One of the first things that they had identified as a consideration was the reduction of 7.5 meters to 3 meters, which is our interior side yard. So what we did is we designed the site in a manner that directs noise away from the subdivision. So the subdivision is located to the east and to the south of us. And what we've done is had the loading oriented to the west. And in order to do that, you move the building into the back corner so that it's away from the east and the south. Screening and fencing and landscaping, that's all part of the site plan approval process, and subject to a successful application here, we'll move forward with the site plan approval process, and we can work again with the planning department and urban design and landscaping to make sure that we're adequately providing appropriate screening as recommended. The exterior side yard, there was a question about that. And again, that was just to accommodate a road widening that we're expecting on Dorchester of about 2 meters. So it would change our setback, which is currently at 10.97. The bylaw requires 10. We have 10.97, but with the 2 meter taking, then you would be at 8.97. So I've requested an adjustment to recognize that condition. There was a question about site signage. Signage is governed by your sign bylaw. It's not subject to site plan approval, as I understand it. So that would be subject to applying for sign permits. And at that assuming a successful site plan application, assuming a successful zoning amendment application, appropriate contractors would be hired to go through a signed permit process. Again, fencing and materials and that and all of that nature would be through site plan. We did see the comment about a joint use access easement connection. Our previous discussions with staff and the county, including Mr. Trainee, was that they did not want us to play with the accesses too much on Dorchester, and our access on Byron is limited already. And the idea being that the limitation on the access to Byron is to make sure that there isn't influx of traffic going onto Byron from our site. So we'll talk, Mr. Otis is here with me in case there's any specific site questions, but we'll have discussions about whether it makes sense to have a joint use access easement. We don't necessarily agree that it's necessary for any application, as we've been told that our application needs to stand on the merits of itself, which it does, and just like any other application would. I don't have anything else to add. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Excuse me. Okay. Is there anyone else in here, pardon me, who wishes to speak to the issue as well? No? So I'll take questions from council at this moment. Sorry, your proposal's choking me up.
I'll help you out there. This isn't really a question, just a comment. I did receive a call from a resident concerned about the access onto Byron Ave, but I appreciate the planner's comment and note that the truck traffic will not be entering onto Byron Ave, but rather Dorchester Road. So that was good here. Other than that, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Does anyone else from council have any questions or comments? Mr. Heeman?
Yes, this is an exciting proposal, and it's yeah, hope to see things happen. I just want to echo again another community concern that we've heard with generally this corner being so close to the wellhead protection zone and the Dorchester wells. I'm just hoping caution and that you work very closely with our director of planning with respect to your stormwater or drainage plans, because the infiltration is important both for maintaining the aquifer and maintaining quality. So thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Good point. Any other questions from council or comments? All right. So at this point then, there being no further discussion, the public meeting is now closed and council can make their decision on the application. So there's a recommendation that this report be received and that the Director of Planning and Development Services provide a subsequent report evaluating the subject application with a recommendation for council's consideration at the next meeting as included on the agenda. Do I have someone who wishes to move? Deputy Mayor Smallbert, seconder, Councillor Crockett, all in favor? All right, that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance here. All right, item 7.4, the revised application for temporary use, zoning bylaw amendment Z13-22, Don English applicant, Stu Finlater agent for the property at 5242 Marion Street. An overview of the application. Alana, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening. My name is Elena Cortez, and I'm a planner with the County of Middlesex, and I provide planning advisory services to Thames Center. So the purpose of this revised application is to permit the existing detached garage to remain on the lot to be severed in the absence of a main residential use for a temporary period not to exceed 1 year, in addition to the original request to rezone the lot to be severed from the future development zone to a site-specific residential first density R1-15 zone to allow the residential development of the land in the form of a single detached dwelling. Rather than the typical 3-year maximum for temporary use zoning, the applicant advised 1 year would be sufficient. So the original application, along with application for consent B8-22, were both presented at a public meeting of municipal council on June 27, 2022. The consent application was approved subject to conditions to allow the creation of a residential building lot. As a condition of consent, the applicant is required to obtain a temporary use rezoning approval or remove the detached garage. The subject property is 3.2 acres in size and situated on the north side of Marion Street and east of Clara Street in the village of Dorchester. Used for residential purposes, the property contains a single detached dwelling and 2 accessory buildings in the form of detached garages. The dwelling is serviced by private well and septic system. The lands are designated agricultural and residential and are zoned A, agricultural and future development FD. Surrounding land uses include residential uses to the east and west of the property, agricultural uses to the north, and vacant lands separated by Marion Street south of the property. Planning staff have conducted an analysis in section 3 of the report. The provincial policy statement and the County 6 and Thames Center official plans encourage intensification in settlement areas, provided that development is compatible with the surrounding area and represents an orderly and efficient use of land and infrastructure. The proposal is consistent with this policy direction. The Thames Center zoning bylaw permits a lot to be used or a building or structure to be erected and used for a purpose that includes any building, structure, or use accessory thereto, provided there is a primary residential use. At the same time, the detached garage located on a lot to be severed would cease to be accessory to a residential use, given that there would be no dwelling on the property at the time of lot creation. The applicants indicated that a single detached dwelling is to be constructed on the lot to be severed, although as originally mentioned at the initial public meeting, without the proper measures in place, there would be no mechanism to require the owner of the proposed lot to construct a dwelling. The Thames Center official plan allows temporary uses for a maximum of 3 years, provided that the use complies with the general development standards of the official plan and that the use meets the criteria laid out in the official plan. To ensure compliance with the zoning bylaw, it would be appropriate for the applicant to obtain temporary use zoning approval and enter into an agreement with the municipality to require the owner to remove the detached garage if a dwelling is not constructed within 1 year from the date of the implementing bylaw. A draft agreement is attached for council's consideration, which includes the requirement of payment of a $5,000 security deposit due prior to the execution of the agreement. Thames Center's official plan provides criteria used to evaluate zoning bylaw amendment requests, including soil and drainage conditions and servicing. The applicant has retained a qualified professional who has undertaken a soils investigation to confirm the adequacy of the site to accommodate private on-site services. Staff are satisfied that the lot can be developed for residential purposes on private on-site services. Also, the lot to be severed would comply with the minimum lot frontage and minimum lot area requirements under the requested site-specific residential first density R1-15 zone. Additionally, the temporary use zoning bylaw amendment would address staff's concerns with the detached garage being retained on a lot to be severed without a dwelling. Planning staff are satisfied that the criteria has been met or is capable of meeting during the building permit process, and that the zoning bylaw amendment would be consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to both the county and Thames Center official plans. In regards to comments received during the circulation of this application, no public comments have been received to date. From agency comments received, the county engineer, Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, Director of Public Works, Drainage Superintendent, and the Chief Building Official all advise no comments or concerns. With this, it is planning staff's recommendation that revised application for temporary use zoning and zoning bylaw amendment Z 13-22 be approved in principle, and that staff be directed to prepare the necessary bylaws for council's consideration once the attached agreement has been executed by the applicant. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is the agent or the applicant in the room?
I'm just promoting the allowing the agent to speak, Your Worship.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I representing the landowner in this situation. I have reviewed Mr. Bancroft's report, and I have no issues with what he's recommending to council. I've talked to my client regarding the temporary use agreement, and again, we have no issues with that. So we're completely in agreement with what is being recommended by the township, and if there's any questions, I'd be prepared to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else online or with questions?
Not online, Your Worship.
Okay, and anyone? Okay, so questions, any questions from the members of council? None. Okay, all right then. So if that's the case, then no further discussion. The public meeting is now closed and council can make their decision on the revised application. So the decision, there's a recommendation for approval of this application as included on the agenda, and I have a mover, Councillor Heeman, seconded by Deputy Mayor Smybert. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Motion carries. Thanks, Mr. Finlater. Okay. So item 7.5 on the agenda, consent application B 13-23. Zoning bylaw amendment Z 16-23. Ben DeVere applicant for the property at 4128 Minsley Drive. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the purpose of the consent application is to facilitate the disposal of a dwelling surplus to a farming operation as a result of farm consolidation. The purpose of the rezoning application is to rezone the balance of the farm to prohibit any new residential use. The subject property is a 92-acre farm located on the northwest corner of the intersection at Mossel Drive and Putnam Road. The property is used primarily for the cultivation of field crops. The farm contains a single detached dwelling and a number of farm buildings. The dwelling is privately serviced by well and septic system. The lands to be severed would have a frontage of approximately 80 meters, and an area of approximately 1.5 acres, and would contain a single detached dwelling, barn, and drive shed. The lands to be retained would have an area of approximately 90.5 acres. The lands are designated agricultural and protection area according to the Thames Center official plan and are zoned extractive industrial M3, with a small portion being zoned environmental protection EP according to the Thames Center zoning bylaw. The applicant is also proposing to rezone the balance of the farm from extractive industrial M3 to the site-specific agricultural A-45 zone to prohibit any residential use. It is important to note that although not included in this application, rezoning the lands to be severed from the M3 zone to the agricultural zone would be appropriate, as it would recognize the existing use of the lands. Planning staff have conducted an analysis as noted in the report. The provincial policy statement, the County of Middlesex, and Thames Center official plans generally permit lot creation in agricultural areas for dwellings surplus to a farming operation as a result of farm consolidation, provided that criteria has been satisfied. As noted in the planning report, staff are satisfied that the criteria has been generally met. Any issues regarding the location of septic system and the potable well, removal of buildings can be addressed through conditions of consent. As mentioned, to prohibit any future residential use of the lands to be retained, a site-specific agricultural A-45 zone is being requested. Additionally, the lands zoned environmental protection would remain unchanged, and the lot to be severed would be rezoned from the M3 extractive industrial zone to agricultural A. Planning staff are satisfied that the subject applications are consistent with the provincial policy statement and in conformity with the county and Thames Center official plans. In regards to agency comments received during the circulation of the applications, The drainage superintendent has advised that a drainage reassessment is required. The county engineer has noted that the owner will be required to dedicate lands up to 15 meters from the center line of construction of County Road 30, Putnam Road, along the retained parcel to the county of Middlesex for the purposes of road widening if the right of way is not already to that width. Building Services has recommended that the applicant provide a surveyor's real property report, which includes the location of the septic system in order to demonstrate compliance of the septic system with the setback to property line requirements of the Ontario Building Code. Hydro One and the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority have advised no comments or concerns. No public comments have been received to date. It is planning staff's recommendation that consent application B13-23 be approved subject to the 11 conditions noted in the report for the reasons outlined in the report. And also that zoning bylaw amendment application Z16-23 be approved in principle, including rezoning the lands to be severed to the agricultural zone, and that staff be directed to prepare the necessary zoning bylaw amendment for council's consideration at the next regular council meeting. And that no further notice be required pursuant to the section 34 subsection 17 of the Planning Act regarding rezoning the lands to be severed from the M3 zone to the A zone. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so is there any information in addition to be provided by either the applicant or the agent?
There's no one online, Your
Okay.
Worship.
So, okay. All right, then, any questions from council members? Oh, the public, I'm sorry. I think we covered that. I don't think there's any. No one, I think we called for that. There is no one from the public either. So, okay. So, questions from council?
Not a
Councillor Heenan.
question, but more of a comment. I know it's more of a matter of housekeeping, but it is kind of exciting to potentially add more agricultural land.
Okay, good point. All right. So anything else from council? No? All righty. Then if there's no further discussion, the public meeting on this portion is now closed and council can make their decisions on the applications. So we have two decisions to make here tonight. There is a recommendation for approval of the consent application B13-23, including the 11 conditions as included on the agenda. So do I have someone to move that motion? Councillor Crockett, seconded by Deputy Mayor Smiber. All in favor? That motion carries. Second part, recommendation for approval of zoning bylaw amendment Z16-23. And again, as noted on your agenda, do I have a mover for this portion? Councillor Crockett and Councillor Lockie. All in favor? All right, thank you. All right. Shuffling lots of paper tonight. So, we have item number 7.6, consent applications B4-23 and B5-23. 2768220 Ontario Inc., care of Patton Landscape Services applicant. Strict Baldinelli Monts Limited, care of Nick Dijet's agent, east end of Gerald Parkway on south side and the east side of Rebecca Road. So the overview, Mr. Bancroft.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the purpose and effect of these applications is to convey a vacant parcel of land and to create an easement for servicing and access purposes to facilitate an industrial development opportunity in the form of a truck terminal. Just in terms of background, the subject property, it's 95 acres in size. It's situated on the south side of Gerald Parkway and on the east side of Rebecca Road in Thorndale. The lands are currently vacant. However, there's a portion of the property that's used for farming purposes. These lands are designated under the official plan for settlement industrial and accordingly zoned rural industrial M2. Full municipal services are available, however, only along Gerald Parkway. The applicant is seeking approval, Your Worship, to sever a vacant parcel of land having no frontage on a public road and a lot area of approximately 15 acres. The applicant is also seeking approval to create an easement over the lands to be retained in favor of the owner of the lands to be severed. This easement would be approximately 350 meters in length, and it would provide a connection to Gerald Parkway to facilitate legal access and the extension of services for the lands to be severed. The balance of the land would have an area of approximately 80 acres. It's also important to note, Your Worship, that these lands are also subject to two applications for consent, B12-22 and B13-22, which were conditionally approved by council back in August of last year to allow the creation of 2 vacant lots for industrial purposes on the south side of Gerald Parkway. For this subject proposal, I've conducted my analysis, Your Worship, as noted in my report, and the provincial policy statement and the county official plan. They generally support industrial development opportunities and lot creation in designated settlement areas, provided that development represents an orderly and efficient use of land and infrastructure. Although these lands are situated in a designated settlement area, that being Thorndale, and designated for industrial purposes, this proposal does not represent an orderly and efficient use of infrastructure. Considering the law to be severed, A, it has no frontage on a public road, and B, would only be accessible and serviced through an easement 350 meters in length. The Thames Center official plan also provides policy direction with regards to consents in settlement areas. And when the scale of development doesn't require a plan of subdivision, a consent to sever will be considered, provided the application represents infilling and the proposed lots are compatible with the lot area, frontage, and density pattern of the surrounding area. And also the application represents orderly and efficient use of land. The proposal fails to satisfy that policy direction, Your Worship. Firstly, it does not represent infilling as defined by the official plan, being development on vacant lots located between and on the same side of the road as existing development of the same type. This proposal rather represents leapfrog development. It's far removed from the built-up area. It's not framed by existing development, and it has no frontage on a public road. And as such, this development proposal cannot be considered infilling. Lastly, as it pertains to the official plan for Thames Center, it does include evaluation criteria and dealing with consents. And one of the criteria noted both the severed and retained lots abut a public road, and also compliance with the provisions of the zoning bylaw. And considering this proposal does not have frontage on a public road, it also fails to meet the minimum 50-meter frontage requirement under the comprehensive zoning bylaw. So based on those concerns that I've laid out in the analysis, I'm not consistent that this proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement. It also doesn't conform with the County of Middlesex official plan, as well as the Thames Center official plan. In terms of agency comments from the county engineer, no comment. From the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, no objection. From Hydro One, no comment. Our drainage superintendent, he is requesting that the application be revised to show a 28-meter dedication along the open channel. It's a drainage ditch to ensure a future maintenance corridor is obtained. And that would apply not only to the south side of the property, but also to the backside or the east side. Also from our Director of Public Works, he notes that Public Works requires that all properties are serviced with available infrastructure within a dedicated road allowance, fronting or abutting each property. An access and servicing easement as proposed is not supported. And also from our chief building official, he has no comment. In terms of public comments received, Your Worship, we've got one submission that's been received from Patty Kemp on behalf of her parents, Wilf and Dale Kemp. Although they don't have any objections, they do have concerns over the potential for noise pollution, night lighting, as well as drainage. I did follow up with them to advise that those are matters that would be addressed through the site plan approval process, as well as the need to ensure compliance with our noise bylaw. But as recommended in my report, Your Worship, it's my recommendation that the subject applications be denied based on the reasons outlined in my report. Alternatively, should council wish to approve these applications, I do have conditions of consent that would be appropriate. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Is the applicant or agent available to speak?
Yes, Your Worship. I'm just moving over Nick at the moment. Just hold on a moment. Mr. Jack, if you wish to unmute your microphone.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nick. Sorry, my name is Nick Dajak. I'm a planner with Strict Bowling Monas, or SBM for short. Acting as the agent on behalf of the owner this evening. Thank you, Mr. Bancroft, for that presentation and overview. We appreciate there are some policy concerns with this application, as well as preference for the proposed lot to be created through a more comprehensive draft plan of subdivision application for the lands in its entirety. However, we're requesting council's discretion to move forward with this application tonight. We ask this because there's currently an agreement to purchase the 15 acres and develop the lands in immediate interest. So expeditiously, and we're requesting some flexibility to permit this lot to be created and move forward with the development approval process, site plan approval and whatnot, while the remainder of the lots and the balance of the lands get caught up through the subdivision application process. And in terms of premature development, the engineering studies that are needed to support a larger subdivision are underway or about to get underway. And we look to submit the application hopefully later in the year, if not early next. So things are moving along. I wouldn't say that this is totally premature. Things are moving along expeditiously, and hopefully we can rearrange the conditions and the subdivision together to move it kind of concurrently with one another. The proposed application to create the linear easement would essentially be the future road allowance in this area. So the access and services would be provided to a municipal standard. It wouldn't be a private easement. It would essentially be assumed by the municipality and be a public roadway. So we're confident that that road extension would be in its ultimate location, as well as the drainage channel. We don't have any concerns with that. That would be detailed in the engineering detailed engineering process, I guess, later on. So we're okay with that. And practically the lot is stuck in the corner where it's at, stuck between the drainage corridor and the access roadway. So we're confident that location of the lot wouldn't change through the larger subdivision. It's just a matter of timing. So we agree that, and we can appreciate the challenges in the policy at this point, and moving this forward for consent kind of earlier than the subdivision, but we're confident that any kind of issues would be mitigated between the two applications as we move forward. So we're asking for your discretion to kind of bump this one ahead of the rest of the lands through the severance and the easement, and using the conditions that Mr. Bancroft listed in the report, I think we wouldn't have any concerns with that. So happy to be answering any questions if any are asked. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dodger. Is there any, just a speculation? Yes, I'm leaving Mr. Dalrymple to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Dalrymple.
Hi, good evening, Your Worship and council members. My name is Navdeep Singh Dhaliwal. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you about consent application B423 and B523. With me virtually this evening is Richard Zlenka of Zlenka Primo Limited. I would ask that Mr. Zlenka be permitted to follow me in the order of presentation. He will be able to address the planning issues arising from the applications. You may have seen that he provided supplemental information in support of the application that was submitted by the applicant. I'm here to ask you to support and approve these applications. As you may have seen in the application for consent, the applications are for the purpose of creating a new property that will be used for a truck terminal, including office, warehouse, and maintenance facilities. The applicant entered into agreement with me on February 2021 to sell me the lands for which consent recovery is being sought. The reason I purchased the lands from the applicant is because they are ideal location where I can consolidate and centralize my trucking business that are currently spread across the several sites. I am a director and shareholder of DLH Carriers Inc. and DLH Transportation Inc., which are related commercial trucking companies based in Brampton, Ontario, and Ayr, Ontario, respectively. The combined operation of DLH Carriers Inc., which handles specialty loads, and the DLH Transportation Inc., which has dry vans, has 24 office employees, 60 trucks, and 90 trailers in the fleet. So it's currently being operated from 2 leased office locations in Brampton and Ayr, and 3 parkings from Mississauga, Ayr, and London. This setup has become difficult to manage over the years we have grown. So this Thorndale location would allow for a single center of operations in a location that is central within southwestern Ontario. This is the midpoint between GTA and Windsor, and this site has easy access to 401. Another reason is centralized location allows us to monitor and inspection and maintain all the trucks and trailers, as well as keeping equipment and cargo secure to make easy and more effective in a single location. My trucking business also includes cross-border transportation to the United States, and it complies with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection's customs trade partnership against terrorism. So we are CTPAT certified. So it's gonna help us tremendously if we are operating from one location. And also bringing the existing trucking business together in Thames Center will bring with it employment opportunities for shipping, receiving, mechanics, drivers, security, and office staff. I anticipate that some of our current employees will want to move with us to the local area, and some would like to stay in the existing places. So that will create more positions in the area for the people in the same center area. So I want to move my business to Thorndale, and I would like to do it soon. But I understand that development needs to be done in an orderly way, and that may mean waiting. I would urge you to approve the consent application to create the opportunity to bring my business to Thames Center. If these are conditions required for orderly development that will delay my being able to start using the lands, I can work with that delay. However, I need the assurance of the consent and the land purchase in order to proceed with my plans for moving my trucking business to Thames Center. And I respectfully ask you to approve the applications. Thank you very much for hearing from me on this matter. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. And Mr. Zelenka is also here to speak the planning issues. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. So is there someone else coming in, Jenna?
Mr. Zelinka is on if he wishes to
Okay.
speak.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Richard Zelinka from the planning firm Zelinka Preamble Limited in London. And as Mr. Dollywell said, he has asked me to attend tonight to address planning issues relating to the applications that Mr. Dijak has put forward and that Mr. Bancroft has responded to in his report. Our firm provided supplemental information to demonstrate that the proposed consent and consent for severance and easement are consistent with the provincial policy statement and also provided supplemental information to show that the proposal conforms with the Middlesex County and Thames Centre official plans. I believe that information was provided to council, and if it was, then I don't have to go back over that information. I do want to thank Mark Bancroft for his succinct report. And I'm going to use his report as a framework for my comments to you tonight. In the report, Mr. Bancroft has set out what I believe are his key reasons for his recommendation for refusal of the applications. And I will try to fairly encapsulate those elements and respond to them. The first appears to be, does this proposal help to achieve orderly and efficient development, orderly and efficient land use and servicing? My opinion to you is that yes, it does. This is, as Mr. Bancroft said, this is a planned industrial area. This is an area that is both designated and zoned for the proposed use that Mr. Dollywell has described. The proposal is part of an orderly infill of the planned Thorndale industrial area between Missouri Road and Rebecca Road. The proposed lot that is before you tonight is based on a subdivision concept, which, as I understand, has had preliminary review by municipal staff. And Mr. Dijak did refer to that subdivision concept, how this fits into the subdivision that's intended. And the overall concept for this area is certainly for the orderly and efficient development and servicing of the lands. The subdivision concept that was provided demonstrates that the consent is part of an orderly and logical development process, and that the approval of this consent will in no way hinder the future development of the other lands within this area. In fact, it will fit right into this as a piece in the puzzle. And this is similar to the two lots, B12 and B1322, that were approved as the westerly extension of Gerald Parkway. It's a continuation of that infill process for this industrial area. So as such, there is no conflict with the intent of either the Middlesex Centre, of the Middlesex County or the Thames Centre official plans. The second area of planning issue was the matter of these lands not having technical frontage on a public road, and that's correct. They lack frontage on an established public road. However, frontage in planning terms is used for a couple of purposes. One is to ensure access, to ensure vehicular access and access to services. The second purpose for frontage is to ensure an adequate lot width that is appropriate for the use being permitted on the lands. In this case, the report by Mr. Bancroft does recognize that the easement that is being proposed along a future road allowance, that easement will provide the legal access for this lot. So it achieves that intent of the frontage. And the access is to an existing public road, Gerald Parkway, which is designed and intended as the major access servicing the industrial area here. The lot width that is being proposed, so addressing the other aspect of why we have a frontage requirement, the lot width is well over the required minimum 50 meters in the zoning bylaw. So there is no issue of the size of lot, and there is not an issue in terms of gaining access and being able to service from extending the existing services. And as Mr. Dijak said, that would be done according to municipal standards, because this easement is just a temporary easement. It is dealing with an interim situation until the public roadway can be dedicated within the future planning process for plan of subdivision. So Mr. Bancroft does acknowledge that to address the technical issue of the lack of frontage of the lot on a public roadway, the conditions of approval for the consent should include, I believe it's number 5 that Mr. Bancroft just put in there, a requirement for minor variance to recognize the interim condition of this being a frontage achieved through an easement extending to the constructed Gerald Parkway. So that's the issue of orderly and efficient development, the issue of no frontage on a public road. The other issue that was listed, now Mr. Bancroft didn't elaborate on it in his presentation, but he lists it as the last item under the reasons, was the matter set out in section 5124 of the Planning Act would not be satisfied. Now, section 5124 of the Planning Act deals with the criteria that would be addressed, whether this is a plan of subdivision or whether it's a consent. The criteria include the meeting matters of provincial interest, so that this is the PPS, which I've addressed to you as being something that the proposal is consistent with. Whether this is in the public interest, well, this is part of the strategy for industrial growth and economic development for this area. It's definitely in the public interest to facilitate the starting of or the consolidation of a business that is all over Ontario into the Thames Centre industrial area.
Excuse me just a moment,
yes.
Mr. Zelenka. Just in the interest of time, is there more to your presentation that you'd like to continue with, and sort of how much more time would you like?
Oh, it'll just take another 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'm just going over the because Mr. Bancroft listed 5124. I wanted to make sure that council was aware of the elements in 5124 that we are addressing.
Thank you.
So so if I can just take another couple of minutes, another consideration is whether the lands are suitable for the purposes. Well, the municipality has already decided that truck terminal is a suitable purpose for these lands. The adequacy of the road system, this will connect up to Gerald Parkway, which is intended to be the industrial access road for these lands. The dimensions and shapes of the proposed lot is adequate. The restrictions on the land is already in place. That is the zoning bylaw that's in place right now. And then there are no issues of the conservation of natural resources or flood control. And the matter of the utilities and municipal services, they are adequate from Gerald Parkway and will be extended. So those matters under 5124 are adequately addressed through this application. I respectfully request that the council approve the application for consent, and both applications for consent and creation of easement. The relevant matters are addressed both in the application, but also in the conditions that Mr. Bancroft has set out for you, and we agree with those conditions that they cover all of the other matters of interest and concern that the municipality may have in this. Thank you very much for your patience with me, and also I'm able to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zelenka. At this point, is there anyone else in the agency or public comments or anything? No. Okay. Then I will turn this over to members of council for any questions that you might have. Councillor Heeman.
I would like to thank Director Bancroft for bringing forward this report. I do agree it does constitute ad hoc planning. I think there are some unintentional side effects that would be better addressed under a subdivision agreement. For example, the creation of this road allowance inadvertently also creates a natural severance for an additional lot. Am I correct in that assumption?
Through your worship, sir, I don't follow the reference to natural severance.
Forgive my common parlance, but it does appear that to directly north of the proposed lot to be severed, that there would be an additional parcel with potential road access, and we're determining that lot size in the absence of the overall plan. Is that correct? Because it's pretty much a given.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement through you, your worship.
Okay. So I just want to address that. I do think that it is very important to respect the subdivision agreement process. That said, I do believe the planner has been kind enough to provide potential options to make sure that we are not disrupting that process and that we're creating some semblance of order out of this process, and that we are able to control a number of these factors through site plan control. Is that correct to say as well?
Agreed.
And I would welcome a new business. I think that we were unable to expand our industrial land significantly because we have not been consuming it at a pace that may be on time or would allow us to take advantage of some more of our assets within the township. So I think we should encourage businesses to relocate or to grow in Thames Center. So although I think this is an unorthodox application, assuming that we still have the controls in place as suggested by Director Bancroft, I would like to hear those.
Thank you, Councillor Heeman. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment or ask a question? Okay, if there's no other discussion, then the public meeting for this portion is now closed and council can make their decision on the application. So the recommendation from our planner is for denial of both consent applications is included on the agenda. Does anyone wish to move to deny?
No, I would request that Director Bancroft supply the alternative requirements that would be necessary for a path to approval.
I don't. Yes. Is. Just for clarity, Tom, just one moment, please.
To Councillor Heeman, there are 9 conditions listed in the planner's report for approval. If council would like to approve this application, is that what you are moving currently?
Yes.
Okay, just to be clear.
So Councillor Heeman has moved the motion. Do I have a seconder? Oh, okay then. So in that case, did you have a question, Councillor Crockett? No? Probably not, Brandon. Failed. Yes, so since that motion has failed, then and because we have no seconder, then I believe you can ask your question. The motion and report to deny. So we have a mover and we have no seconder, right? So the motion fails. So at this point, are we able to take comments from council or further questions? I am not. Sorry.
Through you, your worship, there is another motion that was provided by the planner to deny the applications. Is there a mover for that motion?
So as the clerk has mentioned, then Deputy Mayor Smybert is moving and a seconder. Are you seconding the motion then, Councillor Crockett?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. You have a declared conflict. I will support. The motion carries them. Thank you. So we're moving on to Committee of Adjustment. And so that I'd like a motion for the public meeting held under the Planning Act to adjourn, I believe it is, at 8:59 p.m. in order to sit as the Committee of Adjustment under Section 45 of the Planning Act to consider applications listed on the June 26, 23 Council agenda. So the first one is the minor variance application A3-23 Khalid Ismail. Oh, I'm moving a seconder. It is a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Smybert and Councillor Crockett. All in favor? Thank you. Sorry. All right. So Committee of Adjustment, minor variance application A3-23 Khalid Ismail and Samar Ismail, applicant Khalid Ismail, agent at 5299 Dorchester Road. An overview, please, Alana.
Thank you, Your Worship. The purpose and effect of this application is to seek relief from the Thames Center Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw to permit the expansion of an existing building used for personal storage purposes. The subject property is a 3-acre lot located on the west side of Dorchester Road, north of Harrietsville Drive and abutting the Ontario Southland Railway. The lot contains a single detached dwelling, approximately 383 square meters in size, and 2 large accessory buildings, one with an area of approximately 481 square meters, and a second with an area of approximately 260 square meters. The dwelling is privately serviced by well and septic system. Surrounding land uses are generally agricultural in nature, although the subject lands are part of a cluster of rural residential uses. Additionally, the lands to the north contain a farm-related industrial use. The lands are designated agricultural and zoned a site-specific agricultural A-27 zone, which permits, amongst other matters, an automobile service station, body shop, vehicle repair garage, and a vehicle service shop in an existing building, being the larger of the 2 buildings. The applicant is advised that there is no automotive-related use associated with the property. The applicant is proposing to construct a 121 square meter addition to the north side of the larger accessory building that is and would continue to be used for personal storage purposes. This variance approval is required considering the existing building can only be used for the previously mentioned automotive-related uses, and the size of the building is limited to its existing size as of the passing of the zoning bylaw, namely September 11, 2006. With the addition, the building would be approximately 600 square meters in size. Planning staff have conducted an analysis where the variance was evaluated against the 4 tests of a minor variance and are satisfied that the proposed variance meets all 4 tests and that the effects of the variance can be considered minor in nature, can be considered an appropriate use of the land, and the variance maintains the intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw. Unacceptable adverse impacts on neighboring lands are not anticipated, given that the addition would be at least 13 meters from the adjacent land uses to the west, used for field crop cultivation. The rural residential uses to the southeast are screened by a row of coniferous trees located on the subject lands along the railway, thereby mitigating visual impacts. Additionally, the building as enlarged would be used for personal storage purposes and would not expand the automotive-related use. Therefore, the intent of the zoning bylaw would be maintained. Rather than an addition to the existing building, it's important to note that a new freestanding structure of similar size for personal storage purposes would have been permitted without a planning approval. In regards to comments received during the circulation for this application, no comments or concerns were identified by the county engineer, the director of public works, or the drainage superintendent. Building Services has advised a building permit will be required for the addition. No public comments have been received to date. It is planning staff's recommendation that minor variance application A3-23 be approved for the reasons outlined in the report. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
So any additional information from either the applicant or the agent?
I do have the applicant, your worship. Let me just promote him.
Go ahead. Hello, Mr. Smith. Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Sorry, I can't hear you too well.
Okay.
Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. So yes, we are looking to make an addition to the building. We actually had an unfortunate incident at the end of March where we had a fire to the side of the building, which damaged the one wall on the north side. We thought we'd make use of that wall by adding an addition to the building, and just instead of just repairing the wall, we could add an addition to the building to kind of make better of the situation we were currently in. Otherwise, it's just going to be used for additional storage. Like I said, the main reason we are doing it is since the wall got damaged from the fire, we decided that we could make the addition to make better of the situation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you very much. The guy who would like to speak to this? No? Okay, any questions from the council? No, seeing none, okay. All right. There's a recommendation for approval of this application as included on the agenda, and a mover, Tom Heeman, and seconded by Councillor Crockett. All in favor? All right, the motion carries. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we're going to move on to minor variance application A4-23, Jordan and Tiffany Fournier, applicant Tiffany Fournier, agent at the property 3594 Mosley Drive. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the purpose of this application is to allow the expansion of a legal non-conforming use in the form of an existing residential use to permit the construction of a pool cabana, which is otherwise prohibited. For background, the subject property, it's a 22-acre parcel located on the north side of Mosley Drive between Lewis Road and Putnam Road. The lands are designated protection area and agricultural, and they're also zoned environmental protection and agricultural. The property contains a single detached dwelling, a shed, and a swimming pool. And the applicant is proposing to construct a pool cabana, 38 square meters in size, adjacent to the swimming pool and on land zone environmental protection, which only permits grandfathered buildings and structures existing as of the date of the passage of the zoning bylaw, which is September 11th, 2006. The applicant has also retained a qualified professional who has submitted a scoped environmental impact study based on terms of reference that were approved by the municipality's consultant. I've conducted my analysis, Your Worship, as outlined in my report, and I'm satisfied that the evaluation criteria has been met in terms of requests for the expansion of legal non-conforming uses. Furthermore, in terms of evaluation criteria, I'm also satisfied that this proposal meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, which are used to evaluate minor variances and also based on the direction outlined in the official plan, also used to evaluate requests to expand legal non-conforming uses. In terms of agency comments, our chief building official has noted that the applicant's required to obtain a building permit for the structure and also provide a copy of the land use permit issued by the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, or alternatively, a letter of clearance. From the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, they've noted that they're not satisfied with the delineation of the wetland feature based on the mapping that's provided in the scoped environmental impact study. If the development is proposed within 50 meters of the wetland, a revised environmental impact study according to Upper Thames will be required. The Upper Thames River Conservation Authority is, however, satisfied that the natural hazard concerns can be addressed through the permitting process. And as such, they have no objection with the minor variance application. I have no comments received from the public. So it's my recommendation, Your Worship, that the application be approved and subject to the 2 conditions that are noted in my report, and also based on the reasons outlined in my report. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bancroft. I'm sorry. The applicant or the agent available?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on minor variance application A4.23. My name is Tiffany Fournier. My husband Jordan and I, along with our 3 young children, live at 3594 Mossley Drive in Mossley. And I am here to request your support and approval of our minor variance application so that we can build an open air cabana behind our pool. Our backyard has an in-ground pool, original to our 1970s home. The original 8x12 pool shed, which sat to the west of our pool, fell off of its foundation several years ago and needed to be removed for safety's sake. So we recognized that it was not safe to rebuild in that same location, as we needed a proper retaining wall where that old pool shed was. That cinder block back of that shed could not contain the hill that it was trying to hold up. So this forced us to find a flatter area for the cabana build. Our solution was to shift that pool cabana to just to the north of our pool, where my large garden currently lies and has been for over 10 years. When applying to build for the cabana through the permit process, just 8 feet from the north edge of our pool, we were informed that the garden area, which is an open area right now, is partially deemed environmentally protected. And so we needed an EIS, an environmental impact study, to complete before we could continue with the permit. We have worked with Upper Thames River Conservation Authority and Northwest Environmental to conduct all the required assessments. And thank you to Mr. Bancroft for the detail. I won't go into much further than that. But just to draw your attention to the area right now, it is my garden area, and I can attest to the fact that no trees will be removed, and certainly my garden would lie behind the proposed building, between the building and the woods in question. So certainly no great care would be taken not to disturb that area, as I've already got my garden planted for the year and certainly wouldn't want to take any of that out. So I just urge you to consider that this is just 8 feet north of our pool and the area is already open. I think the concern here was that it was close to our woods. But as it was noted on page 10 in conclusions of our EIS study, the development complies with all of the policies and of the Conservation Authority, and it will not impact the surrounding environmentally protected zone. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Any questions? Councillor Crockett?
I don't, but thank you for coming. I think Sarah was going to make note, but there just needs to be a revision on the motion.
The address.
Thanks.
Yes. Yeah.
Got your back, Mark.
All right, so the actual address of the property, I thought that I read that out, 3594. Okay, all righty. Yes, that's right. All right. So at this point then, any other questions from Tom?
I don't have any questions. I just hope that this pending approval will ease your way with the Upper Thames. And I think it's quite a lot of hoops that you've had to jump through just to create a shade structure. So I applaud your patience and just let them know you're creating carpenter bee habitat.
I appreciate that. Can I speak to some of the recommendations that were written by Mr. Bancroft? Can I ask
Certainly.
questions about that? Just in terms of the scoped EIS study, is this in addition to the one that you've already been provided, that we retain a qualified professional?
No.
Okay, so has that been satisfied then?
Through your worship, as I understand it, it's under review. So I have yet to hear from my consultant. I know that there was some dialogue back and forth between the peer reviewer and your consultant, but I will follow up with him tomorrow morning.
Okay, from my understanding, your peer reviewer was Stantec, and from the emails I received from him, was the wording was agreed, please proceed. So are we, if we are to proceed, I'm just wondering where we're stuck, whether we're stuck on with your peer review process or whether we're stuck at the Upper Thames River.
Well,
Sorry.
Through you, your worship, as it pertains to Upper Thames, they have no jurisdiction dealing with natural heritage. So in terms of dealing with the wetland or the woodlot, they have no jurisdiction. They only have jurisdiction dealing with a Section 28 permit, which may be required in terms of you building within a regulated area. And that pertains to natural hazards. So I'm fully aware of that. And that's why condition 1 does not include any wording whatsoever associated with the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. In other words, to clear that condition, it's not as if we need their consent. But their consent is required in dealing with the Section 28 permit that you're going to require because it is a regulated area.
Certainly. And then just a little bit of history. They were initially the professionals that we sought out in order to determine whether this was even a possibility for us to build close to our wooded area. And you know, with the changes in some of the laws that were approved, we were no longer able to deal with Upper Thames for this build. So there have been a lot of hoops. So I was just wondering if we are able to get past that first motion. The clearance letter from Upper Thames, I'm unfamiliar with that process. What does that look like in order to satisfy this motion?
Yeah. Through you, your worship, maybe we could have a phone call tomorrow morning and we can have a chat in terms of process.
Sure.
But under the building code, if you are in a regulated area, you have to get consent from the Conservation Authority. And it's applicable law under the building code.
Sure.
So even if you met zoning and didn't need a variance, you would still require that permit from Upper Thames. But we can talk about that tomorrow.
Sure, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Tiffany. Right.
Through your worship, just a further comment, I think with respect to Section 28 orders, the topographical maps are also somewhat contested at this point. There is no official policy on the current lines given the current data. And I think that may be leading to the indiscrepancy in terms of what your consultants are identifying and what they're interpreting as the flood line. So stay strong.
Councillor Crockett.
I was just going to go ahead and move the motion with that change of address.
That's okay. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Heeman. All in favor? Okay, motion is carried. Thank you. All right, we will then go on to item 8.3, minor variance application A5-23. Greg and Dawn Summers, applicant, 177 Jennifer's Trail in Thorndale. 11 people remaining. 5 hours and 20 minutes. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Sorry, my mouth is bad too. Okay. All right. Mark, are you doing this?
I
Okay.
am. Thank you, Your Worship. So this is an application seeking relief from the comprehensive zoning bylaw as it relates to the exterior side yard requirement to allow the construction of a pool cabana and to recognize an existing shed. So this property is located at the Trails of White Creek subdivision. It is a lot situated, a corner lot on the south side of Jennifer's Trail and on the west side of Elliott Trail in Thorndale. It contains a single detached dwelling, a swimming pool, and a shed. The applicants are proposing to construct a pool cabana having an area of approximately 14 square meters and with a reduced exterior side yard of 1.6 meters, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum exterior side yard of 4.5 meters. Also, the applicants are seeking to kill 2 birds with 1 stone in terms of also seeking relief to recognize an existing shed. It's located at the northwest corner of their property, having an area of 11 square meters with an exterior side yard of 1.2 meters. These lands are designated residential under the official plan and are also zoned for residential purposes. I've connected my analysis, Your Worship, as outlined in my report, and I'm satisfied that the 4 tests under the Planning Act used to evaluate variances have been met. In terms of comments received during the consultation process, no issues were identified. That also holds true with comments that were received after the fact from the county engineer and our chief building official. No comment or objection. Also, no responses from neighbors. So it's my recommendation, Your Worship, that this application be approved, subject to 1 condition, that the pool cabana be constructed in the same general location identified in a sketch submitted with the subject application and based on the reasons outlined in my report. Thank you.
Thank you. So, do you have any comments or questions that you'd like? I applaud your tenacity at staying here.
My husband's out of the country. I'm hoping he can connect. He's not very good with technology, so we'll see. He's better at this. I have severe anxiety about talking in front of people, so
So can we bring him in, Jenna? Okay.
hopefully it works, because I'm not good.
Mr. Summers, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Do you want to go ahead for your thing?
Yeah, hello, Mayor and Council. We're respectfully requesting to build a pool cabana, basically for shade. The property faces the west. There's sun pretty much all day. The south side of the property has an extreme slope on it. And so we're requesting to build it in the location that's been identified. And there was a picture supplied. And we would plant trees and so forth to kind of soften the look to, you know, other neighbors and so forth. And at the height of it would be approximately 3 meters. There's an existing fence there that's 2 meters. And I'd just like to thank Mr. Bancroft for going through that with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you have any questions, I can answer them.
Okay, thank you. No one else is here to speak to the issue either, so, okay, well, we're getting empty in here. So, okay. Any questions from the committee members? No. I sense we won't have an objection when we get to adjournment. All right, then. So we have the a recommendation for approval, including one condition as in shown on the agenda. So do I have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor Smybert and seconded by Councillor Heeman. All in favor? All right, that motion is carried. Enjoy.
Thank you.
And thank you for hanging in so long. All right, so at this point, I'm looking for an adjournment for the Committee of Adjustment. Deputy Mayor, and the time is, by the way, 9:23 p.m. Moved by Deputy Mayor Smybert and seconded by Councillor Heeman. All in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, so item number 9, adoption of the minutes of the regular council meeting of June the 12th of 2003 as circulated. A mover for that. Deputy Mayor Smybert and seconded by Councillor Crockett. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Item number 10, the consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are received for information in one motion. Council members may request that one or more item be removed for further action. So it's moving the consent agenda items 10.1 through 10.3. May I have a mover for that? Councillor Lucky, seconded by Deputy Mayor Smybert. All in favor? Motion carries. Reports of departments. 11.1, inclusive park update, phase 2 and donor recognition. Mr. McDonald.
Good evening, Council. Through you, Your Worship. You have before you report number AIAC 001-23 regarding phase 2 and donor recognition for the inclusive park located at Dorchester Community Park. At the time of submitting this report, I included that the Dorchester Dream Park Committee had raised just over $77,000 to go towards phase 2 and the donor recognition wall. Since then, in the past week, I can now update you that that amount is now over $100,000 with a couple of other very large donations still expected to come before this RFP closes. Due to larger grants and donations received, the Dream Park Committee has requested adding 2 higher donor levels to the donor wall, as outlined in the report, and as you can see in the one attachment that shows the visual of the proposed donor wall, as it includes the 2 new donor levels at the top. The Dream Park Committee has recommended senior exercise equipment for phase 2. This will include instructional signage so that visitors can see pictogram instructions, and we will be planning instructional demonstrations coordinated with the Senior Center and the VON. Adding senior exercise equipment will create a more inclusive space for multi-generational family gatherings. Issuing the request for proposal now will help to ensure that phase 2 can be completed before the end of this year, which is the expectation for some of the funds that we have received for phase 2. The other attachment to the report provides images of the 4 main pieces of equipment desired for this phase, along with an image of the 1 piece of senior equipment that we already have in place temporarily beside the swing structure that will be moved over to be in the same location as the new exercise equipment. Should sufficient additional funds be received before the proposal is awarded, as we are expecting, staff are seeking authorization to proceed with purchasing other features identified for phase 2 of this project, ensuring that those items are agreed upon between staff, the Dorchester Dream Park Committee, and our Accessibility and Inclusivity Advisory Committee. Other items in consideration include a surface challenge for the seniors equipment area, a sensory tunnel, and a wheelchair swing. Available funds raised through donations, sponsorships, and grants will be utilized to fund all costs for the proposed phase 2 and for the donor recognition wall. There is nothing in our capital budget for this project this year. While the proposed capital project has no direct financial implications for 2023 tax levy, if the assets are to be replaced at the end of the useful life, funding of the future replacement of each asset will require an annual budget allocation to reserve based on the estimated useful life. We are not anticipating any regular annual maintenance of the equipment, so no impact on our future operating budget estimates. The recommendations for this report are as follows. That report number AIAC 001-23 be received for information, and that council directs staff to issue a request for proposal for phase 2 of the Dorchester Inclusive Park, with all costs for this phase covered by available donation and sponsorship funds raised for this project by the date that the winning proposal is selected, and that council approves the purchase and installation of a donor recognition board at a cost of $4,418.48 plus HST, with all costs for this covered by available donation and sponsorship funds raised for this project to date, and that council approves updating the previously approved donor recognition program to add 2 additional donor levels, those being champion for donations of 10,000 or more and visionary for donations of 20,000 and above. And I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have at this time.
Thank you. So does council have any questions? Councilor Crockett.
It's not a question, don't worry, and it'll be quick. I just want to recognize the efforts of the Dream Park Committee and the community in general over the recent fundraiser blitz. They raised a lot of money over the past little while, and there was a lot of people involved in that. So thank you.
And I already echo that. So at this point then, do we have a mover and a seconder for the recommended motion? Deputy Mayor Smarter and seconded by Councillor Crockett. All in favor? Alrighty, that carries. Moving on to 11.2. CAO 006-23 Municipal Service Inventory and New Strategic Plan. Go ahead, David, when you're ready.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. I won't take a lot of time describing it. It is there in your package. I'm happy to take questions, but in essence, for the public perspective as well, this report is recommending that Council initiates or directs staff to go ahead and begin to initiate a new strategic planning process for this council's term of council priorities. And with this report is also a municipal service inventory. The essence is essentially a municipal service inventory would be a snapshot of current state. In tandem, council does its planning exercise for priorities. And then the subsequent report, which I'm happy to speak to as well, is we get through these pieces now over the summer, and I apologize to bring this report before you today. It's such a long meeting, but we didn't want to lose a month waiting until July. But then ideally, the budget planning report following would allow us to plan to execute what will be determined as your term of council priorities. So that's a high level overview, but again, I'm happy to answer any questions that yourself or members may have.
Thank you. So any questions from members of council? Tom?
More of a comment. I just think this is great. I think I know the deputy mayor made this one of her key initiatives and as part of her mandate, and I think council shares that through the support of it through the budget. And yeah, it is time. And I also think that it's good to have a program and services review that's inclusive with staff, so that we are looking critically at both sides of the balance sheet, and that we will have an opportunity to review that in a comprehensive fashion.
Thank you, Councilor Hammond. Any other questions or comments? All right. The motion before us is that report number CAO-006-23 be received for information and that staff be directed to initiate a new strategic planning process for council to formalize its term of council priorities. A mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Smover and seconded by Councillor Heaney. All in favor? All right, that motion carries. Thank you. Next item, CAO-007-23, the 2024 budget process.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, this report follows the one that was just passed, so thank you. This one outlines key dates for a 2024 budget process, planning process, not only for council, but also for staff internally as guidelines and checkpoints of accountability throughout the process. One of the things that I have heard is council would like a more robust budget process. And that's what is here. 2 items to consider is directing staff to present council with various tax levy scenarios from guidance perspective, a budgetary guidance perspective. And then as well, there's a timeline that is here to be tentatively scheduled to really embed into the process. It also includes some public consultation as well as budget workshops for council and the public. And once again, I'll leave it with you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer as well. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from council? Yes. The mics are not working properly.
This is just a comment. I'm glad to see the engagement with the public. I think what's important with that too is just an understanding of like the education behind even engaging first. So I'm hoping that we have that kind of that 2-pronged process, because I think it can be fairly overwhelming from someone from the community to understand, like to give some information or direction on how they want to see the budget without them understanding how the budget is put together. So I'm really glad to see that. Thank you, Steph.
Thank you. Councillor Newman?
Yes, I think we've run a very efficient budget process, and I think there's been great guidance in terms of helping us understand that. I look forward to this proposal because I think it will allow us to work more collaboratively with staff and give us a little bit more time to think about different scenarios where I know it can be a lot to crunch into 1 or 2 days. So I think that giving ourselves the runway to work together is a good thing, and also just making sure that we are looking at value for the taxpayer as we are embarking on a number of ambitious projects.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, then we have the motion in front of us that report number CAO-007-23 be received for information, and that the 2024 budget be developed to provide council with various tax levy scenarios for its consideration, and that the 2024 budget timelines be tentatively scheduled as outlined in this report in order to achieve approval prior to the beginning of the 2024 fiscal period. So a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Lockie and seconded by Deputy Mayor Smybert. All in favor? Great, that motion carries. Thanks. So moving down to new business, 13.1, rescinding the resolution 84-2023 regarding the appointment of an acting fire chief. David.
So thanks. This is more of a housekeeping piece with respect to the interim CAO no longer in place as you have a new CAO, but more importantly, the clarification with respect to the district chiefs in terms of the command structure is clarified. It will be the same that it was before council made this appointment, and that is that each respective district chief will be acting as chief for their respective area. That is until the successful recruitment of a fire chief, which should be relatively soon.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Barrick. Any questions or comments from council at this point? No? All right, then. So, I wonder if I could have a mover and a seconder for, resolution 84-2023. It's noted in your, Tom, and Chantel. All in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. Okay, bylaws. At this time, slight adjustment, bylaw 68-2023 through 71-2023. Well, no, I'm going to restate that to make it a little clearer. So it will be bylaw number 68-2023, bylaw 69-2023, and bylaw 71-2023. A mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Smallbert and Councillor Glocky. All in favor? Okay. Bylaw number 70-23, being a bylaw to amend zoning as it relates to lands located at 2008 Dorchester Road and 2135 Dorchester Road be adopted as amended. You do, that's right. Okay, a mover and a seconder for the bylaws. Deputy Mayor Smybert and seconded by Councillor Crockett. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Carried. Meeting schedule. Next meeting is July 17th at 5. And then we are also, right. Yeah, I'm aware. Before we get then to the meeting schedule, council will now be moving into closed session, meeting for which there will be no live streaming. The live stream will continue after the closed session portion has been completed. I'm moving the seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Smallbert and Councillor Crockett. All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you.